Okay, call in order the Board of Education meeting for Sacramento Unified School District. Superintendent, can you take roll?
Good afternoon, board members. Member Jean?
Here.
Member Kayada?
Here.
Member Pritchett?
Here.
Member Rhodes?
Present. Okay, so we have a quorum. Do we have any public comment?
There is none.
There is none. Seeing that there is none, we will move into closed session. Thank you. Calling to order the Sacramento Unified School District Board of Education meeting. We're going to start off with item 4.1, Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand. Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Someday.
Okay. Going to item 4.2, broadcast statement.
This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded and will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel, on Comcast, Consolidated Communication, AT&T Uverse. Today's meeting will air Sunday, April 30th at 9 a.m. and Monday, May 1st at 12 p.m. It will also be webcast at Metro 14 Live at saccounty.net and can be reviewed on Metro Cable's 14 YouTube channel. We welcome all members of the audience to address the board. Please complete a speaker form which is located in the back of the room and give them to our communications representatives, along with any handouts you may have prior to the board's conclusion of the item's presentation. Please speak into the microphone when addressing the board and state your name for the record. Please limit comments during public comments to items that are not on the agenda. If you do have a comment on an item that is listed on the agenda, we will ask you to please defer your comment until your item comes up on the agenda. Please either turn off your cell phones or place them on silent mode.
Thank you very much. Item 4.3, stellar student introduced by Member Villa.
Hello, thank you all for being here. So our stellar student tonight is Deanna Yu. And Deanna, thank you for stepping up. So I'm going to speak a little bit about what we've heard about her. Deanna Yu embodies all of the characteristics of a Will C. Wood stellar student. As both a 7th and 8th grader, she knew she had areas in her life that she wanted to improve on in order to become a better student and leader. As a 7th grader, Deanna felt she lacked confidence in the ability to express her thoughts well to others, and because of this, she joined ASB and became the 7th grade student body secretary. Through ASB, she was able to make strong relationships with her peers and Will C. Wood staff. She also worked on the weekly ASB videos, which included the planning and writing of the script, as well as the recording and presentation of the information. Deanna continued to work on her personal goals of being able to comfortably speak in front of others and to become an even better student leader in 8th grade by running for and becoming the ASB student body president. Amazing. As a president, she's responsible for making daily announcements, planning, organizing, and running different school-wide events, including lunchtime activities, running the student store, awards assemblies, dances, and field day. While excelling at all of these extracurricular activities, Deanna has remained a phenomenal student, making principal's list each term and excels every day. She is an amazing student and individual, and we are happy she is representing Will C. Wood as our Stellar Student of the Year. Thank you so much, Deanna. What an amazing job. This is her moment. This is her moment. Deanna, if you want to say any words, you're welcome to. No pressure.
First, I'd like to thank everyone who came here today to support everyone. And I want to say I have no words to describe how I feel to be here. And I want to thank my parents, teachers, and friends who supported me throughout the whole middle school experience. And again, I would like to thank everyone who was here.
Wonderful. We have a certificate for you, so if you can put it right there. Did I sign? Oh, thank you. That rose. Yeah.
Okay, now we're going to move on to item 5.0, announcements of actions taken in closed session.
Good evening, President Rhodes. There are two announcements coming out of closed session. First, the board approved a special education settlement agreement identified as OAH case number 2023-020888 by a vote of 7-0. Second, the board approved a special education settlement agreement identified as OAH case number 2023-010106 by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, Ann. Now we're going to item 6.0. Moved. Second. All right. All in favor? Aye. Okay. Thanks so much. Moving on to item 7.0, public comment. Do we have any public comment today?
Yes, we do.
All right.
Quite a bit. President Rhodes, we have more than 30 speakers who have signed up tonight.
More than 30 speakers tonight. Okay. So, what we'll do for our 30 speakers, we have a large agenda today. I will ask my board if we can move speakers' times to 1 minute each. If board so sees it, pleases to move that forward. We'll do 1 minute each to make sure that we have time for everyone to speak and that we can go on through our meeting. Board, do I have a second on that? All in favor? Aye. Okay, so we're going to go 1 minute for each speaker so we can get through everyone well. Thank you very much. Can you please put on the time? Floor is yours, sir.
All right. Good evening, Mrs. President Aguilar and board members. Hello, Christina. My name is Arthur Aleman. I'm a co-founder of the New Joseph Bonheim Community Charter School. Well, I have some good news and bad news. The good news is that we're able to secure a counselor after 6 years of trying. But this is my understanding of the process. The first is notification goes to HR and posting for one week and verifying that we have the funds. Second one is the steering committee interviews the applicant and is selected. The third one is goes back to HR and notify HR of the decision and verifies the paperwork and vets the applicant. According to our principal, the district received the paperwork for the counselor on March the 3rd of this year. So my question is this: how long does it take for this process to go through and for us to secure the counselor?
Thank you, sir.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, and have a good day.
Okay. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Monica Madrid, followed by April Ibarra for 8 minutes, or excuse me, 4 minutes, since we
Okay, so Ms. Madrid, you have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Monica Madrid. I'm with the community group ACE. We fight for renters' rights here in Sacramento. I normally don't go to school board meetings, but I'm with this group with Bowling Green McCoy. One, I heard that yesterday that the The principal was slamming on the table, yelling at, that's not okay to yell at their teachers or their staff like that. You don't like being talked like that, so why should they? That's not okay. Another thing is that these kids are living in bad living conditions at home. Code enforcement's fined several times those apartment complexes right next door. We're working with them on that. When we go, these kids shouldn't have to go to school and see the same conditions and think, oh, because I'm Black and because I'm brown, this is the community that I have to live in, this is my reality. So I really hope that School Board Member Jamie Villa, this is your district, that you pay attention to this part of your district. Thank you.
Okay.
Next, we have April Ibarra for 8 minutes.
Hello, Ms. Ibarra.
I'll try to do it faster than that.
Floor is yours.
Thank you. Sorry, I was running around. Good evening, Board and Superintendent. For those of you who don't know me, I'm April Ibarra, parent of 2 Hiram Johnson students. I have, as you probably know, a number of things to say tonight. First, I want to say thank you for finally listening to your bus drivers and giving them better wages. Hopefully, we can get some recruitment and retain them. Now, if we can get an MOU for community schools with SCTA, we can celebrate some more. I have been learning more and more about the reality for some of our neediest students and staff. When SUSD voted to close 7 schools in 2013, I was living in Oak Park, where I saw that they were busing kids to Oak Ridge and Father Keith B. Kinney, but after COVID hit, they didn't receive the buses anymore. So that's a concern for me. And I've never spoken about the disadvantages at Father Keith B. Kinney, but they're often overlooked. And while the district creates committees and teams for chronic absenteeism, do you ever ask about how these kids get to school? Especially the Keith B. Kinney kids? I think that with the focus on data, you should have researched by now the distance between where these kids are coming from and the schools that they're going to, and why they are no longer getting the buses that they need. I've also been meeting with families across the 6 community school sites, and there's a commonality that stands up, and it's a big statement. ELAC is still not active in most of your school sites. So I don't understand how in 2023, a time where all of your focus on data proves that high impact family engagement leads to improved academic success. So how then are we still lacking in having ELAC committees at every single site meeting the criteria? The district enjoys trips to Harvard. Y'all have been there a couple of times now. But have you actually looked at Dr. Karen Mapp's research on the dual capacity framework of family engagement? She's a professor at Harvard University. As a parent of 2 high school students, one of them being an EL reclassified student, I'm constantly looking for ways to advocate for the EL community. And I recently learned that high school students only are given 2 opportunities to reclassify. I learned that in order to reclassify, they have to take the CEL test along with the CAST test. And I don't know if any of you have seen that exam, but we, the ELAC parents, were able to take 3 questions out of that exam. And I am very understanding of the English language, and it was confusing even for me. So I would like to challenge all of you on the board, including the superintendent, to take some time to do it, just so you could see what they're experiencing. I also want to say that in a recent ELAC meeting at Johnson, one of the moms expressed that it made her feel as though the district would rather not classify these students so that the district can continue to receive additional funding. And that was heartbreaking to hear. I think about this and wonder, how can you guys not see that for many years you are failing long-term EL students? There should be more resource teachers and support staff at every school with large EL populations to ensure reclassification before exiting elementary school. We had that opportunity. My daughter reclassified in 4th grade because we had SIG money. But that's not a reality for all of your schools. So you've also, something to think about. Jorge, you came to this district and you shared about your upbringing. And you talked about how you related to the Latino community. You've also sat in DLAC meetings, yet many families in our Latino community feel the disconnection and lack of leadership and ability to represent them. These are the things that are being shared with me. There are many families that I've come across that are in fear of speaking up because they are undocumented. Families who want to express themselves, but the fear prevents it. Jorge, you have the opportunity to change that. Why haven't you? El valor no es la ausencia de miedo, es inspirar a otros a superarlo. Courage is not the absence of fear, it's inspiring others to overcome it. And ironically, in a safe haven district, families are in fear of speaking up publicly because they are undocumented. I hope that I can help these parents overcome that fear because their voice matters. I have the opportunity to meet some courageous parents that are here today, and they're gonna speak out on the many challenges that they're facing and the lack of support, even after several communications to the district and complaints that have been put in. Parents who I met, okay, through community schools conversations that the district should be doing, not me, not Sacramento Act. You guys got the grant funding for it. Parents who are telling us that they want to hear from all of you. And the parents here today is just a fraction of the ones who want to be here but are scared. Jamie, in a previous board meeting, I expressed the need for our board members to be heard in the community and to listen to your constituents, to which you replied that you are connected to your schools. If that's the case, why have you not connected with the families at Bowling Green McCoy? Are their voices not important? Jorge, why do we have a family and community empowerment department? Or better asked, what is the outcome of having one in this district? It's time to get out of this district bubble where you work every day. And it's time to go out and see the realities and get some actual family engagement and community engagement happening. The LCAP committee is not engaging all of your communities. And I say this because you, Jorge, said that that's how you were engaging through the LCAP committee. And just because the state of California recognized your LCAP work, that doesn't make it engaging, and I'm here to tell you that your state recognition means absolutely nothing when families, students, and teachers are not being heard when we express our needs. Why can't the district be collaborative in our community schools work? Family and community engagement is a priority for LCFF. It's not just something you check off for compliance. So then, why is the district so afraid to give its families, students, and staff a seat at the table? Why can't we have a say in what we want in our communities? Why? That's the big question, why? We all have something to bring to the table. Board members, I've told you before, and I will continue to say this. You represent all of the families in your area. Not just the families that support you in your neighborhood, or the families that voted for you, not the families that support you, but all. You represent the families who can vote and the ones who choose not to. Please do not forget that. Community will come together and ensure we are being represented across every single one of these areas, and I think we made that statement in our last election. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next speaker is Diana Barriga. She is recognized for 7 minutes.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Diana Barriga. Antes que nada, quiero enseñarles a alguien que me hizo la vida imposible, alguien que humilló a mi hijo, que me hizo sentir con miedo, intimidada. Intimidada y quiero enseñárselas antes de que yo tenga algo que decir de mi escuela Bowling Green McCoy.
Lo primero que dijo fue
Um,
que se siente.
intimidada,
I feel intimidated.
discriminada
I had discrimination.
y con miedo de dejar a mi hijo en la escuela
I'm afraid to leave my son in the school
porque nunca pensé que la lucha
because I never thought that the fight
para mejorar la escuela y las condiciones de mis
to
hijos,
improve the school and the condition of my children,
mi familia,
my family,
mi comunidad,
my community,
mis amigos,
my friends,
me iba a traer represalias.
they're going to bring a represalia to me.
Quiero que vean a ella que me hizo sentir el peor terror después de haber llegado aquí.
I want to show, cuando dice ella,
Ella.
I want to show her, she
Ella.
wants to show the person that made me feel that way.
Ella me intimidó.
She made me feel intimidated.
Ella hizo comentarios racistas.
She made racist comments.
Dijo que los latinos somos de bajos ingresos.
She said that the Latin people are the low income.
Le dijo a mi compañera Estela,
She told my friend Stella,
¿cómo se llama la bajita que está contigo?
what is the one that
La
the short
bajita.
person that is with you?
Um,
Cuando dices la persona.
short, pequeña.
Short person.
Sí. Ella es.
She's the one.
Que todo el mundo la conozca. Espero que nadie
I want everybody to see her, to
trabaje
know
en
her.
ninguna escuela más.
She worked in one of the schools.
No, she doesn't want her to work in our.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
No queremos que esté en ninguna escuela más.
I don't want her to be in any other school. Okay.
Porque los niños se acercaron a ella
Because the kids approached her
a que los apoyara.
for her to support them.
Ella solo los suspendió,
She only suspended them.
no los escuchó.
She didn't listen to them.
Nosotros somos una comunidad
We are a community
con muchas necesidades,
with a lot of need,
pero con muchas ganas de crecer,
but with a lot of hope to grow,
de ser mejores.
to be better.
Esta mochila no trae solo mis cosas, esta mochila trae mis sueños, los sueños de mi familia que no podían ir a la escuela en mi país.
This backpack not only holds my materials, but all of the hopes that I have in my community that didn't get to go to school.
Por eso la traje, porque representa mis sueños y no quiero que se olvide.
And that's why I brought this, because it represents my dreams and I don't want it to be forgotten,
Que se olvide lo que yo quiero para mis hijos.
to forget what I want for my kids
Para mi escuela.
and for my school.
Quiero que mis hijos vayan a la escuela,
I want my kids to go to school,
a la universidad,
to the university,
que tengan mejores oportunidades.
to have better opportunities.
Mi esposo es un gran hombre que trabaja en el campo,
My husband is a great man who works in the fields.
trabaja 18 horas
He works 18 hours.
y yo trato de estar con ellos, por eso me involucré en mi escuela.
And I try to be with my kids. That's why I became involved in school.
Pero he visto demasiadas cosas muy fuertes que un niño a esta edad no puede ver.
But I've seen a lot of strong things that a child doesn't deserve to see.
Drogas en nuestro campus,
Drugs on our campus,
sangre en nuestros baños,
blood on our bathrooms,
porque ni siquiera podemos tener una puerta para que cierren nuestra escuela.
because we can't even have a gate to keep our school safe.
Ha sido muy difícil, pero ella me lo ha hecho más difícil.
It's been very hard, but this person has made it even harder.
Cuando mi hijo se acercó a ella, ella sabía quién era mi hijo.
When my child approached her, she knew who my child was.
Estaba en la hora de lonche.
He was on his lunch hour.
Él se acercó y le dijo, quiero ir al baño porque es su único tiempo de ir al baño.
He approached her to ask to use the restroom since that's the only time that he gets to use the restroom.
Y ella lo único que hizo es, no.
And the only thing she said was tell him no.
¿Y por qué tomar represalias con un niño solo porque su madre quiere una mejor escuela para todos?
But why take it out on a child whose mom is active wanting a better school for everyone?
Es lo más difícil que he pasado. He estado en la escuela de voluntaria como padre.
It's one of the hardest things I've experienced as a parent who's volunteering at the school.
En la cafetería ayudando porque en nuestra escuela falta mucho personal.
Even cleaning up the cafeteria because at our school there's missing a lot of personnel.
Que vine aquí a conocer a la persona que representa mi área. Hoy miré una foto de ella y por fin me di cuenta de que es Villa. Y dije, Villa, un apellido latino es perfecto. Ella me va a entender, ella va a ver para nosotros, ella va a ver nuestro bien y nuestro futuro.
When she first looked up who her board member is, she saw the last name Villa and she assumed it would be someone that would be supporting and representing her community.
Pero Villa, Flores, Aguilar, creí que esa era para mí.
But she thought Villa, Flores, and Aguilar were going to be for her to support.
Creí que era la oportunidad para mis hijos cuando vi sus apellidos.
I thought it was opportunity for my kids when I saw your last names.
He hecho bastante trabajo. Estos paquetes tienen toda la información nuestra. Yo no sabía cómo empezaba esto, ni sabía. Tengo una memoria para que, con fotos para que vean las condiciones de mi escuela.
And all of these packets you're receiving shows all the hard work that we've done, documents everything we've done, and I have a drive with all the pictures that I like to show you.
Habemos personas que funcionamos con imágenes. Quisiera que me dieran la oportunidad de usarla para que vieran cómo está
There's
mi
people
escuela.
that learn by viewing, and we would like to share these images so people can view them in the board meeting.
So we can take those right now and share with the board, but we can't put them up right now. But we can share them with all the board members. I thought so we can have that.
Can you share it while all of the public comment is being made?
So right now, because public comment, we'll take that, Ms. Ibarra, and we'll make sure that our board members do view it. But we're gonna have her finish her time and then let other people speak as well.
¿Te lo quieres entregar?
Señora,
Ahí está la verdad.
señora, seguro que vamos a mirar todo.
Ahí está la verdad.
Okay.
Sí, yo no tengo nada que ocultar.
Ya no voy a poder hablar. Es su tiempo de ella nada más. Es su tiempo de ella. Ya, puede seguir hablando.
Entonces, por favor, recuerde la distrito escolar. No es
Please
una
remember this
opción
phase
para nadie.
district. This is not an option for any of our schools.
Yo no soy una persona de bajos ingresos.
I'm not a person of low income.
Soy una persona con sueños,
I'm a person with dreams.
que no importa mi raza,
It doesn't matter my race,
mi religión,
my religion,
ni dónde vengo,
and where I come from,
ni todo lo que hice para llegar aquí,
and everything that I've done to get here.
ni lo que hizo mi esposo para llegar aquí.
Not what my husband did to get here.
Queremos una mejor vida para nuestros hijos
We want a better life for our kids.
y estos papeles de baño representan lo que no tenían los niños para ir al baño.
And this toilet paper represents what the students didn't have at Bowling Green, McCoy.
Los niños iban al baño y no había papel de baño.
The kids used the restroom and there was not toilet paper for them.
Los papás decidimos hacer una colecta
The parents decided to do a collection
de papel,
of toilet paper,
jabón de baño,
hand soap,
porque ellos no tenían con qué
because they
hacer.
didn't even have it to use it.
Solo papel.
Just toilet paper.
Una necesidad.
A basic need.
Ya no es un lujo.
It's not a luxury.
Puedo leer algo que
I'm
tengo.
going to read now something I have written.
Para cerrar este tema
To close this
de las personas,
off about the personnel.
las administraciones anteriores
The administration beforehand,
no solo eran receptivas,
not only were they receptive,
solo también estuvieron abiertas al diálogo,
but they were also open for dialogue
a la comunicación
and communication
con los niños y los padres.
with the children and with parents.
Los directores
The administration
han cuidado a nuestros hijos,
have taken care of our kids
claro, en el pasado.
in the past, of course.
Los han respetado
They've respected them
como seres humanos.
like human beings.
Y nunca hemos tenido que venir
And we've never had to come here
ante ustedes
against all of the board members
para abogar por nuestros hijos.
to advocate for our kids.
Me gustaría que si ustedes me permitieran, pudiera yo regresar porque tengo algo más que decir. Lo último que quiero decir, estuve visitando escuelas de algunos
I've been visiting different schools in different areas,
y miré que el código postal sí importa.
and I've noticed that the zip code we're in does matter.
Somos de Sacramento, del sur de Sacramento,
We're from Sacramento, South Sacramento,
pero el código postal para la educación, para el futuro, para hacer una mejor vida, una universidad, sí importa.
and a zip code does matter when it comes to the education and your future and colleges.
Después les mostraré las fotos. Tengo en papel, sé que van a mirar esas fotos. Confío en ustedes que me regresen un poquito y me digan, wow, ¿de veras tus hijos van en esas condiciones?
She knows you're going to look at the images, but she'd like for you to take a moment to wonder, wow, these are the conditions that students at Bowling Green McCoy were in.
Porque hablamos con bastantes personas del distrito escolar.
We've talked to a lot of personnel from the district.
La persona encargada de los janitor,
The person in charge of the janitors, custodians, facilities,
facilities, departamento de ILAC.
the multilingual department.
Wow, les juro que hablé como 14, 15
I've talked
personas.
about to 14, 15 people,
Y nadie se comunicó conmigo.
and nobody has personally reached out to me.
No sé si sus correos están automáticos y digan, ok, recibí tu queja,
I don't know if they just have automatic responses that I received your complaint,
pero no vieron el lado humano que está ahí atrás,
but they didn't see the human side on the other side of the screen.
ni se tomaron el tiempo de ver quién estaba allí.
They didn't even take the time to see who it was.
Alguien de todas las personas del distrito, alguien contrató a esa persona y me dolió mucho lo que me dijo.
Someone, the district that hired the person to work there,
Me dijo que tomara a mi hijo
they told me to get my child
y me fuera a otra
and
escuela,
go to another school,
que me fuera a otra
to go
escuela.
to another school.
Eso me dio a mí fuerza
That gave me strength
para luchar por mis hijos
to keep fighting for my kids.
y para que vean que la comunidad
And for you to see
Latina.
that the Latin community
y todas las comunidades desfavorecidas
and all of the communities that struggle,
vamos a tener una mejor vida.
we will have a better life.
No importa el código postal.
It doesn't matter the zip code.
Thank you. Brian?
Next speaker is Yesenia Vargas, recognized for 2 minutes, followed by Estela Martinez for 2 minutes.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Hello, good afternoon.
Mi nombre es Yesenia Vargas.
My name is Yesenia Vargas.
Yo tengo 2 hijos estudiando en la escuela Bowling Green.
I had two sons that study in the Bowling Green School,
Uno en sexto y otro en tercer grado.
one in 6th grade and another one in 3rd.
Y estoy aquí porque estoy muy descontenta por la forma en que se están manejando algunas cosas.
And I'm here because I'm very discontent with the situation that happened in the school.
Una de ellas es que ustedes como distrito no están enviando sustitutos.
One of them, and you as a district, they are not sending substitutes.
Cuando un maestro necesita faltar.
When a teacher needs to miss the day.
Cuando eso pasa, ha pasado en la escuela.
When that situation happened in the school,
En una ocasión, en la clase de cuando pasa eso, hay clases que tienen 30 alumnos.
When this happens, some classes has 30 children.
Entonces, cuando en la clase de mi hijo, en una ocasión pasó de que no había sustituto y lo que pasó es que mandaron, lo distribuyeron a varias clases.
So one time that happened, they didn't have a substitute, so they did the distribution of the students in different classes.
Ahora imagínense, si una clase tiene 30 alumnos, más los otros que distribuyeron, es mucho para una clase.
So can you imagine when it's a class with 30 students, what happened with 30 plus the other students that were kind of distributed that day?
Eso no lo veo bien ni para los estudiantes ni para los maestros. Es demasiado trabajo para un maestro.
I don't see that one very well for the teachers or for the students because it's a lot of work.
Otra cosa, no solo los distribuyeron a mi hijo de 6º grado a otra clase, sino lo pusieron en una clase de 3er grado.
And one thing is not the distribution to the same grade. My son from 6th grade, they put him in 3rd grade.
Que tenía que estar en una un niño de 6º grado en una clase de 3er grado.
What a kid of 6th grade had to do in 3rd grade.
Y eso pues, no lo veo justo.
I don't think that this is fair.
Aquí mi preocupación es que esto empiece a afectar a mis hijos.
What I worry about that these things that happen affect my children
En su aprendizaje,
in their learning.
porque yo como mamá
For me as a mother,
deseo que ellos estén preparados
I wish they be prepared
para el colegio o universidad.
for the college or university.
Y cosas como estas
And things like that
les afecten negativamente.
affect them in a negative way.
Aquí lo que yo busco es una solución.
What I try to find is a solution.
¿Qué pueden hacer ustedes?
What
¿Por
you
qué no
can
están
do.
enviando sustitutos?
Why you are not sent substitute?
No, ustedes como distrito no quieren que los niños falten.
You as a district, you don't want the kids miss school.
Yo también como madre trato de hacer lo posible que ellos tampoco falten porque es un día importante que pueden aprender mucho.
For me as a mother, I don't want them to miss school because I know they can learn a lot when they're in the school.
Y aquí lo que deberían de hacer ustedes es enviar personal capacitado para sustituir cuando se requiera.
So what you do is send prepare substitute that they are there when it's needed.
Y así no sea un día perdido para el estudiante, un día perdido de aprendizaje para los estudiantes.
And that way the student doesn't miss the learning in that day.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre,
Good evening.
mi nombre es Estela Martínez.
My name is Estela Martinez.
Tengo hijos en Fernbecker, Luther Burbank y Sac State.
I have children at Fernbacon, Luther Burbank, and Sac State.
Y yo soy madre voluntaria que ayuda en el jardín de Bowling Green.
And I am a volunteer parent who helps with the garden at Bowling Green McCoy.
Yo soy voluntaria en eso por más de 8 años.
I've been volunteering for more than 8 years.
Dice, yo y mi familia mantenemos el jardín.
Me and my family maintain the garden.
En mi tiempo, en nuestra escuela, no era así. Hace tiempo que ahora se está mirando muy diferente, que pues no respetan la escuela.
It used to look very different. The way that the school is now is not how it used to be. People don't respect their school.
Se están destruyendo mucho y eso no se ve bien.
They're destroying a lot of our school and it doesn't look good.
Tenemos una biblioteca desde hace 3 años.
We have a library that has not been open for the last 3 years.
Como mamás queremos que lo mejor para que nuestros hijos,
As mothers, we want the best for our kids.
aunque mis hijos ya no estén en esa escuela,
Even though my kids are not at Bowling Green anymore,
mi comunidad es aquí.
my community is there.
merecemos más y nuestros maestros también.
We deserve better, and so do our teachers.
Le pido a ustedes,
I ask you,
como mesa
like the
directiva,
board,
que se imaginen
for
a
you,
sus, ¿sí?
for you to imagine
a sus hijos o familia estuvieran en esas condiciones.
for your children or family to be living in these conditions.
Y no es justo.
And it is not just, it's not fair.
¿Qué necesitamos hacer para que sea mucho más mejor nuestra escuela?
What else do we have to do for our school to be better?
Eso es todo.
Thank you, that is everything.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Victoria Serrano Cortez, Jaime Garcia, Fabian Barriga, followed by Jose Barriga.
Want to do it in English?
English. Hi, my name is Fabian. My school is Bowling Green McCoy. It's not fair. The guards don't look like not looking the kids. It's not fair. Just one kid push another kid, and kid push the kid, and they think the kid start first. They put in the office like 5 minutes or more than that. It's not fair. Then what we need to do for the guards? We need guards to see the kids, not fighting, not bullying, not pushing, not fighting. It's a school for learning. It's not fighting.
If you can recall the name, they probably
Sure. Victoria Serrano Cortez, Jaime Garcia, Jose Barriga. Okay.
And then for the organizer, afterwards, could you fill out a sheet for her too?
Yes.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es Claudia Barriga.
My name is Claudia Barriga.
Tengo 2 hijos,
I have 2 children,
Fabián
Fabián
y una niña de 16 años que van a Luther.
and a daughter 16 that's at Luther Burbank.
Mi hija dejó de ir a la escuela hace 3 meses.
My daughter stopped going to school 3 months ago.
Todos los días recibo mensajes de ustedes diciéndome que falta.
Every day I receive messages from you guys that my child is absent.
Perdón, me incomoda. Mi hija sufrió mucho bullying
My daughter went through a lot of bullying
en Bowling Green.
at Bowling Green.
Hasta el día de hoy no puede tener una conversación con una persona.
So this day she cannot have a conversation.
Necesita terapia.
She needs therapy.
En Luther también hicieron bullying.
At Burbank they also did bullying.
Lo único que hizo Burbank fue enviarme a un concejal, a una trabajadora y a una persona del distrito
The only thing that Burbank did was send me a counselor, a therapist, someone
a
from
mi
the district.
casa, mientras que yo les enseñaba y les demostraba con papeles que ella también estaba enferma físicamente,
Even though I showed them
que
forms
no
of her
podía
being
ir.
sick, that she couldn't go.
Ellos me cuestionaban
They questioned me
que yo era mala madre,
that I was a bad mother
que porque no la dejaba ir,
because I didn't let her go,
que la querían ver
that they wanted to
por
see
si yo
her
la golpeaba.
to see if I hit her.
Pero ellos nunca hicieron nada
But
cuando
they
mi hija
never
les
did
dijo
anything
que le hicieran bullying.
when she told them that she was experiencing bullying.
Mi hija tiene que ir a terapia, 16 años.
My daughter has to go to therapy. She's 16 years old.
A mi hijo me lo golpearon en una ocasión
My child, he was hit in one occasion
en educación física.
in physical education.
3 niños
3 kids,
y no les hicieron nada.
and they didn't do anything to them.
Cada vez que no quiere ir a la escuela dice, mami, me duele la panza.
Every time he doesn't want to go to school, he says
Mami,
his
tengo
stomach
ganas de
hurts.
vomitar, pero no es cierto.
I want to
Son
throw
los
up, it's not
moretones
true.
que tiene en su estómago,
It's the
en
bruises
sus
he
piernas.
has in his legs.
Y cada vez que uno va con la directora dice, oh sí, lo voy a arreglar.
And every
Sí,
time,
lo voy a arreglar. Pero no ha hecho nada.
every time we go to the principal, she says she'll fix it, and she never does.
Thank you. And then also to the organizer, would you also remember to fill out a sheet for her as well? Thank you. Brian?
Next speaker, Diego Acosta, followed by Jana Acosta, Shannon Schmidt, and then Franchelle Brown.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Diego Acosta, and I'm a 6th grader at Growth Public Schools, also known as GPS. I'm a founding student, and I've been at this school since it opened in 2017. My parents have chosen to send me to this school because they wanted me to be in a school where I could feel safe and where the teachers and staff really know the students. I believe that the education I'm receiving at GPS is the best in Sacramento, and I'm proud to be a student at my school. Every school has a vibe that it gives off, and my school has the best vibe. The teachers invest their time into making me feel connected to a community and cared for at school. The people and the staff at my school have a fun and positive attitude that they bring to school every day. They make education fun for me and my classmates, and they make us feel welcomed at a school and part of something bigger. The administrators at our school believe in us and help us reach our full potential every day. As a kid, I don't think school sounds very fun. The idea of school seems to be sitting in a classroom 8 hours a day, listening to adults and doing what they say. And my school breaks this model and makes it better. Our teachers make sure we are contributing members of the school community and that we have a say in our learning.
Mr.
And
Acosta.
that makes me feel good about school.
No, you can finish your last statement. I just want to let you know.
Okay, can I pass something out to you guys real quick?
Feel free to.
Okay.
That is my son, Diego. He's a 6th grader at Growth Public Schools in the Rosemont neighborhood of Sacramento. We are here in support of our school. It is near and dear to our hearts, and it is up this year for charter renewal. We are here speaking our support for that school. It is obviously wonderful, as you can hear from the voice of a child, and we hope that it can continue to receive the support from the school board. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Brian, next speakers. Oh. Hello.
Good evening, Board. Thank you all for serving this evening. I'm Shannon Schmidt, the principal of the California Montessori Project, one of the charters, independent charters in your district. I'm here tonight to introduce my Dean of Students, Katie Dodd, as we'll be visiting you periodically with our Montessori Minute. So here we go.
Hi, everyone. My name's Katie Dodd. I'm the Dean of Students there at Capitol Campus. As Dean of Students, I also take the role of lead in our Positive Behavior Intervention Strategies, or PBIS, on our campus. At our school, we have a mascot of the eagle, and our motto is that eagles soar. So SOAR stands for being safe, offering peace, being respectful and responsible. And students are recognized for these positive attributes throughout all of our campus throughout the day. Positive discipline and PBIS are core parts of the philosophy at CMP Capital, and I just want to thank you guys for being here to learn a little bit more about our school today.
Just want to invite you to come out and see our Montessori classrooms anytime. You can contact me. We also invite you to come and check out our PBIS program, which is unique because we distribute beads and acknowledge students in unique ways. So thanks so much for having us tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Brian, do we have any other public comment?
Next speaker is Franchelle Brown.
Hello, Ms. Brown.
Good evening, all. Some of you have already met me. So I'm Ms. Brown, a community mother from the south side of Sacramento, also a member of the African American Advisory Board for the Sacramento Unified School District. I'm here as a parent, though. On March the 14th, I went into Kennedy High School. Y'all don't all have that problem at Burbank? We have it at Kennedy, too. My youngest son, starting in September, was being bullied by 2 boys. I went in and I had a conversation with Principal Brown. I wrote a letter and put it in writing. I said my son has told numerous adults that these boys were bothering him. I put it in writing. I want to know, did you guys document that those boys were bothering my son? He says, oh, it's in several different systems and I can't just look at it. So I told him, okay, you have time. I put it in writing on March the 14th. Here it is, April the 27th. I have yet to get a response to my request. I went to the forum that he had on Tuesday, and I told him parents need to get back into the school. I'm fingerprinted, certified, I had a TB test and all of that. I am ready to work in the school to help my children feel safe. Also, I think you all should consider getting cell phone jammers at your junior high schools and your high school, and maybe Monday wouldn't have happened over at Kennedy.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Next person.
Next group of speakers, Elizabeth Moreno, followed by Lucero Soto and Danny Ramos Serrano.
Hello.
Good afternoon, members of our school district and the people that we look up to
Good evening.
to find the solutions.
Good evening to the board, the people we look up
No,
to
I need you to
solutions.
speak in Spanish.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so good evening, members.
Bienvenidos a la mesa directiva.
I want to thank you for all that you do.
Quiero agradecerles por todo lo que hacen.
As a member of the community for over 50 years,
Como
almost 50 years,
miembro de la comunidad por más de 50 años.
I am a former ESL student of your district.
Soy una estudiante formal de aprendizaje de inglés.
And I understand the struggle of our communities.
Y entiendo las batallas de nuestras comunidades.
We have ongoing issues,
Tenemos muchos problemas,
all with one common goal, which are the children,
con una meta de los estudiantes.
their safety,
Su seguridad,
their security,
su seguridad,
their diversity,
la diversidad,
inclusion,
la inclusión,
equity,
la igualdad,
accountability,
la responsabilidad
and health.
y la salud.
Of these which affect mental health.
Y todo esto impacta la salud mental.
I am requesting a parent committee
Yo estoy pidiendo un comité de papás
with liaisons for the students.
para personas que trabajan con los estudiantes.
We want to work with you
Queremos trabajar con ustedes
and help you address the issues,
y ayudarles a identificar los problemas.
as well as the lack of accountability, unfortunately, that is prevalent.
Y lo que no hay una cuenta de responsabilidad.
Our community is here,
Nuestra
obviously,
comunidad está aquí
with a room full of parents
con papás llenos aquí
that work,
que trabajan.
and we are in a low income. Most of our people are low
Y
income.
muchas de nuestras familias son de
And we need
bajos
your help.
ingresos y ocupamos su ayuda.
Thank you.
So let's work together, because the community is not against you.
Para trabajar juntos, no en contra.
We just want help,
Nada más queremos ayuda.
and I'm here.
Thank
Estoy
you.
aquí.
Brian?
Good evening, board. My name is Lucero Soto, community organizer with Sacramento ACT, and it is my privilege and really my honor to be in relationship with these amazing parents from Bowling Green McCoy. When I first met them, I was listening to their needs around the community schools work that's happening in our district. You see, not only do these parents represent McCoy, they're also parents from Fernbacon and Luther Burbank. These schools are recipients of the California Community Schools Grant. As parents are learning about the 4 pillars and the chance for transformation, it is so embarrassing that this is happening in the school just behind Fernbacon.
They realize the attention is at these schools because there's money. And parents that have been needing help have never came to a board meeting. As a first-generation Mexican American, I didn't experience this. And I am proud that these children get to see how power really works. And I ask you, each and any one of you, and especially you, board member Jamie, to visit this school. How did you not see this before?
Thank you. Do we have more speakers, Mayor?
We do. Danny Ramos Serrano. Donna.
¿Vas a hacer en español o en inglés?
En español. Hola, mi nombre es Dana Paola.
Hello, my name is Dana Paola.
Voy a la escuela Bowling Green McCoy y
I go to Bowling Green McCoy.
quiero decir que no corran a Mr. Gunn, Miss Arcelia, Miss Selvia, Miss Kelfo,
I want to tell you that the teacher she just named to not fire them.
Miss Edo, Miss Arcelia y Miss Selvia. Porque ellos nos han ayudado a mí y a mis dos hermanas
Because they've helped me and my two sisters
cuando entramos a la escuela.
when we first started at school. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next group of speakers, Jared Konopitsky, followed by Lillian Barunda and Heather Bennett.
Hello, friends. I am a local artist. Jared Konopitsky is my name, and I am here representing Wide Open Walls, Uplifting Schools, WOW US. And I've had the honor of creating murals for a variety of these schools but also followed up with these events with the privilege to revisit these schools and lead a discussion and art class with each class, kindergarten through 6th grade. I believe art is a language and a conversation. And what I found through interacting with these kids is these murals are telling them that they're worth investing in, that their world is worth making beautiful, worth having pride in, worth creating conversation and inspiration in. These kids have told me that they feel empowered to dream bigger, create bigger, and look forward to coming to school. One teacher told me during my class that this is the most creatively inspired she's ever seen her kids. I have had a child tell me that she can live her dreams from seeing a mural that showed a little girl walking to the moon. Another told me they felt happier every day because of the bright colors gave them a better mood. These kids want to shake my hand, give me hugs, engage and ask questions, and what they are doing is saying thank you, showing a sincere appreciation for showing them through art that they are valued.
Thank you, sir.
And dream beyond the walls that life can build. So let's keep this conversation going.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello. Good evening, esteemed members of the Sacramento City Unified School District Board, fellow parents, educators, and members of the community. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Elaine Brunda, and I'm a proud board member of the Tahoe Park Neighborhood Association. Today, I would like to discuss the recent and remarkable success of the Wide Open Walls initiative at Tahoe Elementary School. As you may know, Tahoe Elementary is a school where 99% of the students are eligible for free and reduced lunch. Despite the socioeconomic challenges that these students face, our community has come together to create a vibrant, inspiring, and empowering environment for them. By investing in Wide Open Walls, you are not only investing in art, you are investing in the future of our children. These murals create a sense of belonging, inspiring students to take pride in their school and community. In conclusion, I respectfully ask the SCUSD Board to allocate funds and support for the Wide Open Walls initiative in other schools throughout our district. We have seen the profound effects that Wide Open Walls has had on Tahoe Elementary, and we believe that this is only the beginning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, it's 1 minute, sir.
Good
Good evening. I'm Heather Bennett, the principal at Tahoe Elementary School. I consider myself extremely fortunate to work every day on a campus that is filled with beautiful murals. While I was not at Tahoe before the murals were painted last year, I have brought with me 3 sixth graders who have been at Tahoe since kindergarten. They have seen the impact that the murals have had on our school, the students, and the community. Here are Raynil Smith, Brianna Franco, and Luciana Duque.
Hi, my name is Raynil Smith. The murals at our school bring me joy. It isn't plain anymore because when it wasn't, there was no joy probably.
The murals have brought so much beauty into our campus, and they have inspired me to do art. I've always liked to draw creative and fun stuff, but the murals have inspired me to start drawing beautiful things from the world.
Our school is now very colorful. I have started painting canvases this year because the murals have inspired me so much.
In addition to these and other students who only have positive things to say, we know that the murals have had a great impact on our campus, and we encourage you to continue to provide murals for all the students and schools in our district through Wow Us.
Thank you, thank you.
Next speaker. Mr. President.
Next person.
Next speaker is Megan McConnell, followed by Marie Rodriguez, Heather Haight, and then David Soban.
Okay. Hello.
Good evening, everyone. I am in support of Wide Open Walls. Let's just keep that short. I'm in support of it. Wide Open Walls.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next person, Brian.
Next speaker is Marie Rodriguez.
Hello, Marie.
Good evening. Good evening, Board President Rhodes, board members, and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Maria Rodriguez. I'm a teacher at Hiram Johnson High School, and I wanted to talk about the amazing experience I and my students and our school site had with Wide Open Walls. My students, like Jason's one of my students here tonight, our students got to participate in doing their own murals on campus, which was a really great experience. The students got to, participate like professional artists at the same time. It was also a really great experience for everybody to see the professional artist, the beginning and middle, the end of the artistic experience, the pre-work and the doing it, and then the after. And that's, you can just feel that buzz and energy at the school still where people come to see, and it's just a beautiful sight to see every day, to see all these amazing walls just painted. So I just think it's an amazing project, and I hope it continues on with the school district, and I highly recommend it. And I've, I had a really great experience with it and created definitely some long-lasting relationships with the Wide Open Walls staff members as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next speaker is Heather Haight, followed by David Soban.
Hello, Ms. Haight.
Good evening. I'm here as a parent of 2 students in the school district, as art program director, as a volunteer at Tahoe Elementary, and as a part of Wow Us in coordinating the school projects. I think a picture is worth 1,000 words, so I just want to give one quick picture of what the murals have done in the schools. After COVID, we were trying to figure out how can we bring students back who have been in pretty hard situations, depending on the family, depending on lots of factors. And so I reached out as a parent and art docent at Tahoe to Wide Open Walls, who then ended up putting almost 40 murals on the campus. And watching students the day after, the excitement, the joy, squealing from wall to wall to wall, that vibe has continued on the campus. It continues now, not only at Tahoe, but all the other schools. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Mr. Saban, hello.
Do I have 1 minute or 2?
You have 1 minute, sir.
I got 1 minute. All right, then I'm going to read. Okay, thank you, everybody.
What an absolutely an amazing year. By the end of next month, when our contract is up, we will be painting at Rosa Parks, and we will have completed almost 200 murals at our schools. They say it takes a village to support, and what we've received has been absolutely inspiring. Nikki Kangas, who could not be here today, who runs your events, makes sure that the community is involved. She's an incredible asset to the district and to the program. All the school staff that's been involved, the teachers, the office staff, the facilities administration, and we cannot forget Central Kitchen. They have helped out so much in assisting these projects. Our sponsors have played a critical role. They've helped to supplement the district's investment, making sure that we can over-deliver on every one of these projects by providing twice as many murals as we've been contracted out to do. The Home Depot is a new sponsor. SMUD, UC Med, Rock and Soul Diner for Phoenix, and Skyline Scaffolding. Without you, none of this would have happened. It's got everybody's attention. Our huge, diverse group of artists has made the big difference, and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Last speaker for public comment, Terrence Gladney.
Hello, Terrence.
How you guys doing? Last time when I came and spoke about Wide Open Walls, I was very specific about the Cabrillo campus. I also provide services at another campus, another of board member Kayada's schools. I spoke to an administrator who actually turned down Wide Open Walls because specifically she was told that they do not involve students the way that she needs, that they couldn't guarantee that the artists want to look like her students and families, and that they weren't as collaborative as she would like. So she's still going to provide murals at her school campus, but under the lens that really reflects the true values of her school community and her students, and really honor her students, allow them to do something and contribute in a way that they can come back and say that they had an active, wholehearted experience where they were a part of it. So I asked that, whether you guys continue this or not, I feel a certain way about, having board members that have staff on the board. I think that's a conflict of interest, and then to turn around and say that it's your baby publicly, I don't know if that's proper, but what I will say is whether it continues or not, like this process and other processes have to be fully inclusive of the school sites. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
No more public comment.
Okay. And then for the people in the back, you guys have the doors closed. It feels like it's that we're locked in. Could you please open the doors? It was loud. It feels so strange. It feels so strange, guys. Like we're locked in here. Okay. Going to the next item 8.0 communications. 8.1 SCTA.
Good evening. David Fisher, President of the Sacramento City Teachers Association. We've been encouraged by the changes in the district's direction since the new school board was sworn in December of 2022. A couple items on the agenda tonight demonstrate a supermajority of the board has been willing to provide much needed additional oversight and a higher degree of accountability over district administrators. A supermajority of the board has also stated that their intention to finally use the SUSD's enormous resources and strong financial position to improve student services. But why isn't that actually happening? Those priorities certainly are not reflected in the district's proposals at the bargaining table. While it clearly is a step forward that the district is no longer demanding $10,000 cuts in educators' take-home pay based on phony narrative perpetuated by SCOE and the superintendent, the district was on the verge of fiscal insolvency. But the district's robust financial status and a majority of the board's support for improving student services are not part of the district's proposals. Almost without exception, the district is proposing the status quo, that is, continuing to behave like it's a time of austerity. The facts tell a different story. According to the district's most recent second interim 2023 budget, Sac City projects ending 2023 with a $39.2 million surplus and 23-24 with a $24.6 million surplus. The district ended 21-22 with an unrestricted fund surplus of $111 million and projects a reserve fund surplus of $190.5 million. In addition, Sac City currently has what can be considered a third reserve, a retiree health benefits trust that has another $127 million in it. And this includes the district simply accepting the $47 million penalty for lost instruction after the superintendent unlawfully walked away from the bargaining table to the makeup days. So I just want to emphasize that this reserve fund and this excess money isn't just money in a bank. It represents unpaid wages, unhired teachers, unhired bus drivers, services that have not been rendered, some of what you heard about Bowling Greens, lack of substitutes. You can see that number in the reserve fund because that's money that you chose, or the former board chose not to use to staff the schools and improve services. Since 2018-19 through 23-24, the district's ongoing year after year LCFF funding will increase by 34.06%. But during that same period of time, even if you add in the district's current 5% proposal, the compensation to certificated staff has only increased by 9%. That's a gap of 25%. It's no wonder that Sac City has the highest number of vacancies of any school district in the region and one of the highest in the entire state. If it's truly the board's priority to improve service to students, why is the district rejecting our proposals to lower class sizes, reduce special education caseloads, and add more classroom aides, school psychologists, school nurses, and social workers? Why is the district refusing to engage on community schools? Why is the district taking no significant steps to reduce the number of vacancies that create obstacles to our students' conditions for learning? Is this really what the board directed? We suspect that the board is learning what we have learned very shortly after Mr. Aguilar became superintendent. He agrees to do things, often in writing, and then refuses to honor his commitments. Under his administration, the district's fiscal mismanagement has resulted in SCOE oversight, even when the district has operated with surplus after surplus and has the highest reserve fund in its history. The district's academic failures have led to CCE intervention, which is now exercising academic oversight. Certificated, classified, and administrative staff have all voted no confidence in the leadership. Since he became superintendent, there have been 2 strikes, 3 additional strike threats. PERB has issued at least 25 complaints against the district, and the district has had to pay out hundreds of thousands of dollars in back pay, exclusive of the millions that the district has paid out to its outside law firm in legal fees for defending Mr. Aguilar's actions. The IRS has put a lien on the district. The district has failed to count 5 schools in its enrollment projections, leading to unnecessary layoffs. The district spent $6 million on useless, unproven, potentially dangerous portable ultraviolet air filters that have never been used. And cabinet level and other top administrators keep leaving the district like a sinking ship. He unlawfully walked away from negotiations to restore 8 days of lost instruction, depriving the students of learning opportunities and costing the district $47 million. $47 million. He claims to be a proponent of equity, but has no problem accepting his own contract that the other 5,000 Sac City employees could only dream of. Over $20,000 in district contributions to the 403B fund, $750 per month in expenses, a car allowance, and more on top of his $340,000 salary. And now, as a result of the board's question, just a few districts outside contracts, it appears the superintendent may have engaged in malfeasance. Black Law's dictionary defines malfeasance as, quote, a wrongful or unlawful act, especially wrongdoing or misconduct by a public official. Both Ed Code and Sac City Board policy require board approval on outside contracts. On April 12th, we wrote you pointing out a number of concerns related to Mr. Aguilar's contracting practices and requesting that you, as the elected officials with the fiduciary duty to safeguard the district resources, take immediate action by retaining an independent forensic auditor who will review Sac City's contract practices and ensure that those practices comply with state and federal law, school board policy, and industry best practices and ethical standards. We also request that Sac City School Board take all steps legally necessary to meet said compliance standards, including, but not limited to, pursuing legal actions with appropriate authorities to ensure compliance and accountability in the event that malfeasance is determined. We see item tonight, 9.7 on the agenda regarding an independent audit, but only as an informational item. The superintendent committed to an independent audit in March, and yet here we are at the end of April with still no action taken. We also see the superintendent's evaluation is on the agenda under closed session. The status quo is not sustainable. It's time to act.
Thank you. We're going to go. I'm going to call off the next organizations. See if they're in the building. SCIU, TCS, How you doing, sir?
Well, I appreciate my chance to come before the distinguished board tonight, representing my bargaining group. You as a board, Superintendent Aguilar, myself as a union leader, we all have a shared responsibility to this community, not just to my union or any other union, no matter how much people may have donated to your campaigns. And I know that with Teamsters, when we donate to a candidate or support them, we precinct walk, we do things like that. But the one thing we don't do is try and put them under their thumb. We owe that to the community. We serve more than our members. We serve the community. We serve the children. And I hope that each of you remember that. There's two things that every school district and every union really needs in the school district, and the community does. They need stability in their finances. They need stability in their leadership. Now, we get rid of superintendents out here, they pop up like popcorn and go away. And it's largely because you have different organizations or unions that have tried to push them out. Superintendent Aguilar is not perfect, nor am I, but he's been as good or better than any of the other ones we've had. And one of the things that makes Teamsters and TCS want to support him still is he cares about the kids that won't make it on their own. He cares about those kids. Damn it, we saw a bunch of those tonight, and we're still feeling them. But if you push out a superintendent that cares for the kids, which is who we serve, then who the hell will we replace him with? Someone that will be someone's puppet? I hope not. So the finances. You keep hearing about how we're flush and we're doing so great, except that if it wasn't for the COVID, we wouldn't have had about $35 million that we saved by not filling positions that we didn't need to have during that time. And we wouldn't have got a boatload of money from the federal government. Now, we had one of the unions go out there and say, we don't believe that we're spending more money before the COVID and this extra surplus came in than what's projected by the district and a bunch of different other auditors. They asked for an auditor of their own choice. And when the numbers came back saying the same damn thing, pardon my language, they challenged it because it didn't fit their narrative. Look, I want to have a fair contract for my members. I look forward to good bargaining. I want the teachers. I want SEI. I want all the bargaining units to be taken care of and be treated fairly, but fairly. And remember, it's not just us. It's the community. It's the students. That's who each of you serve. I'm proud to serve my members. I'm proud to serve my community. And thank you for listening to me tonight. And that's the speech for both Teamsters and TCS. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. And we're going to go to Teamsters TCS, UPE.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. We are coming up on our own negotiations as well. And so we look forward to seeking what our members deserve and how we can make site leadership more possible. We believe that we are the tension between the district and the classroom. We take district initiatives and policies and make them possible for teaching and learning. We're the tension in between. And so we look forward to conversations with all of the board members. We've already successfully met with a couple and look forward to more because we are here to work with the district and our partners to make it the best schools and the best education system as we can for our students. So I urge you to listen to all of your partners and pay attention and see what we can do to benefit the district for all of our students. I do want to point out that while we hear a lot of things, I can point out that during this time in our district, we've been able to pay for AP tests, we've been able to pay for SATs, we've been able to get students programmed up to go to Slide Park, and so there's a lot of things happening. I'm here for Wide Open Walls as well. It's made an incredible difference on our campus. It's brought it to life, and that combined with what's happening between 65th and Reading is amazing. We look forward to working with the district and all of our partners to make it possible for all the schools to look like what's happening at Hiram Johnson right now. So I thank you for your time. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Okay, and so now we're going to move on to item 8.2, district advisory committees. And so the CAC, are you guys in the house? All right. DLAC, are you guys in the house? Okay. LCAP, there he is. How are you doing, Frank?
Doing okay, sir. Good evening, President Rhodes, Superintendent Aguilar, and all board members. My name is Frank DeYoung. I represent Area 5. I sit on the LCAP committee. Our committee report, I will say we are challenged. We started late. We're actually to the point now where we're almost meeting every week to try to make up the ground that we have not made, that we lost in the beginning of the year that we normally would have been doing things. We're going to reach out to the other committees. We don't want to work in a bubble. We want to hear from all the other committees. We want to make sure that there are things that we're not missing in our recommendations, and maybe we can find the common areas where we can add more strength, because we're all recommending the same thing. I will say this, I usually don't do personal things during this time, but I will say we're supposed to have 16 members on this committee. We never have 16 members show up. Now, I know we have, several new members. I don't know if all the areas have actually appointed people. I can only speak for my area. We meet with our board member, not on a regular basis, but fairly often. And we're supposed to be partners. We're appointed by the board. So you should be talking to your representatives, because, hopefully you're all on the same page, and because you're representing your communities. We represent our communities. So if you don't have, now's the time to start thinking about who you want to appoint for next year. Who do you want to have on this committee? Don't be waiting till the last minute. Start looking in your community for prospective possible committee members. We usually have 2-year terms, 1-year term. And I just challenge you to do that and meet with your representatives and make that happen. The other thing I will say is, in one meeting, one of the board members made the comment, "I'm worried that LCAP is not child-centric." Then I challenge you to come to a board meeting. To come to a committee meeting, because if you were there and you would still say we're not child-centric, then I don't know what to tell you. Our whole focus right now is the learning gap and what's not getting done. We're looking at the LCAP. We're asking for accountability in that LCAP. We just don't want statements that say we're going to do this. We want to know when it's going to happen, if it's happening. What is the projection for it being finished? And we want data and metrics so that we can look back at it and say, yes, we're making progress. And I just want to thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Frank. Okay, so, next going to our SAC, Student Advisory Council. No one? Okay. Now we have the Black African American Advisory Board. Oh, they're going to present soon, so you guys are good? Okay. Going to item 9.0, special presentations, approval of high school voter education week resolution.
Good evening, President Rhodes, members of the board, and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Vanessa Reyes, new Youth Services Specialist with Youth Development, and I will be the new adult advisor of the Student Advisory Council for the new academic school year. And today I have the honor and privilege of introducing a dynamic student leader who currently serves as part of the SAC. To share a little bit about the high school voter education week resolution. Jacqueline is currently a senior at Kennedy High School, and she will be attending Brown University in the fall, so big congrats to Jacqueline. And I'll go ahead and take a step back and allow her to read the resolution through.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. President Rhodes, do we have the language for this resolution? I haven't seen it. President Rhodes, do we have the language for this resolution? It's not in the packet.
Give us 1 second.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. I just want to make sure I have it in front of me while I'm listening to your advocacy for it.
It should be here. Yeah. Give us 1 second. Do you have that? You got it?
Am I the only one that has a copy? Well, I got one. Oh, you got it from the back.
Yeah, they bring it to us, yeah.
Thank you, Danielle, for getting that for us. I appreciate it. And I'm sorry for the delay. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Whereas California's Secretary of State, who serves as the state's chief elective officials, is committed to strengthening democracy by encouraging voter registration and increasing participation in all elections by all eligible Californians. And whereas young people play a critical role in our democracy by helping to choose the people who will lead us and by voicing their opinions on issues that are important to them. And whereas 16 and 17-year-olds can pre-register to vote and then automatically become active voters once they turn 18. And whereas high schools are encouraged to offer voter registration to eligible students with links to the state's online voter registration application through the school website or other electronic communications. And whereas high school administrators are encouraged to name one or more students as voter outreach coordinators to encourage student voter registration during high school voter education weeks. And whereas students are encouraged to participate in our democracy through civics and voter education programs, working as poll workers, and by encouraging their peers, family members, and community to register to vote and participate in elections. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the Sacramento City Unified School District encourage all district high schools to participate in California High School Voter Education Weeks, April 17 to 28, 2023, and September 18, 29, 2023. Be it resolved, the 2023 to 2024 Student Advisory Council will provide guidance and encouragement to students to participate through site-based advocacy in collaboration with their administration at each SUSD high school. Be it further resolved that efforts of student-led voter education advocacy shall be recognized and supported by district leaders and school administrations at each SUSD high school.
Thank you so much. And do we have any public comment?
There is none.
Okay, opening this up, if we have any board comment around the topic. Okay, first we're gonna go with Member Jean.
Just had a couple of questions. Being new, what kind of activities have happened at our high schools on these weeks? Like, are our principals aware? Do we have active staff that's doing things or students that are organizing? I'd just like to know more, particularly about that resolve that we encourage you to participate. So what does that look like?
So that's precisely why we brought forth the resolution, since we haven't typically seen that participation in years past. And so hoping that this will change that so that there is a little bit more awareness of these weeks, and that with, again, the guidance of the Student Advisory Council, they're able to provide a little bit more support on what that can look like in terms of participation. We recognize that April 28th is tomorrow. And so again, with the guidance and support of the new cohort of the SAC, want to be able to honor their voice in thinking on what that participation can look like for the weeks of September 18th through the 29th.
So I am super excited about this idea because we all know that for our democracy to thrive, we want to encourage civic engagement with our students. So I think this is wonderful work to do. And so it sounds like this is kind of step one, and that the plan would be to follow up and support and build and grow more civic engagement. Awesome. Thank you.
And Member Phillips.
I just want to make a quick point. Everybody should be voting. I remember having this authority to be able to explain to my son that this was a part of the school. This is what you do as part of school. So thank you very much for continuing to push this forward. I just want to make sure that we had a correction on President Rhodes' name because he's missing an S. That's all. And if there's some formal way I need to do it, that's fine. But
I appreciate that.
yes, sir.
He's coming back. Definitely, you're great. Okay. Member Kayada.
So I'd just like to welcome back Member Zhang. I feel like if presidents can always be president, you're always our board member until you do something else. Congratulations on your college plans. And thank you for being here to read this resolution. I'm really excited that we're going to be leaning into this. And I guess my request to staff would be that this should be more than a resolution. It should be a full commitment. I think something, and as someone who worked for the Secretary of State's office for several years, encouraging this behavior, it's important that we explain to high schoolers who are not yet eligible to vote unless they're 18 the importance of pre-registering to vote, because voting is something that has to become a habit. You need to start when you're young, and getting registered, especially now that we have all voting by mail in California, where everyone gets a ballot, whether or not you will turn it in person or mail it back. Getting that ballot sent to you at your registered address in high school, you can come and then be reminded to vote when you head to college. And it will encourage people to just remember that the election is coming. You talk to a lot of adults, people who, if you ask them, do you vote? They say, yeah, I vote every time. And they pull up the record and they're like, oh, I guess I missed that election. Because being registered and getting the materials and getting the annoying ads, it's still part of the process. But thank you so much, and I'm really excited about this. Really excited to see where else we can go, and I'm hoping we can keep hearing about this as we head into, the next election cycle.
Thank you, Member Kayada. Member Villa.
Quickly, hi again. It's great to see you, like everybody's saying. I want to make sure that, again, I think it's really important that we're bringing these resolutions forward, but it has to have some action items attached. So leading up to, I know it's September, it's the beginning of the school year. If we can put some kind of plan in place that you can reach out and we can make this a very robust campaign at all of our school sites, lean in, let us know what we can do to help, because as everybody said, this is really important to teach children young too, the importance of voting. So please make sure that if there's anything that you need, let us know. This is a great resolution. Thank you so much for bringing it to us.
Thank you. Member Singh.
Kudos to what everybody's saying. I'll just say I'm not going to repeat everything. I agree with what folks are saying. I just actually want to mention, or at least note, that it's finally the Student Advisory Council has showed up. So I've been waiting to see the Student Advisory Council to speak. So what I'm going to request is that you have this time at every board meeting, and I'm not expecting you all to show up at every board meeting, but since this is happening like tomorrow, right, on the 17th to the 28th or whenever it's happening right now, if we can get like some sort of report back at one of your allotted times, and it would be really nice to hear from you all more often, just to see what's going on at the schools and how we can support you all. So thank you.
All right, and then we have Member Phillips.
Sorry, I forgot something. When I always look at these resolutions, I'm always excited until I get to the financial considerations. Should we really, as a district, not consider any financial need for this particular type of resolution? So what I'd like to see, and I'm not saying y'all ain't done it, but it's important to me that this takes money. In order for this to happen, this takes money. So, I mean, I don't see a reason why we can't say that it's going to cost this amount of money to make sure that our students are educated and that they can vote and that they're pre-registered and are ready to, when the elections come. I just noticed that this is something that we do kind of as a habit here at the district. And then we talk about it later when we, and this is for anyone who brings a resolution forth, ask us for money in these resolutions so you know what you're able to start with, so that when we ask for a report back, you guys know that you hit the ground running because you have what you need. You don't have to come back and ask us. All right? All right. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Member Phillips. And so what we'll do now, can you pass me that? Can you pass me that? Take a roll call vote. Can I have your pen? Please, I'll get back to you. Okay, so with that being said, do we have, do we have a motion to move forward? Second, student preferential?
Aye.
Aye. All right, so I'm going to call names out real quick. So, Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Phillips?
Aye.
Member Pritchett? Member Singh.
Aye.
Member Villa.
Aye.
Myself, aye. Okay, motion passes with everybody on board. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Also, we want to step back. I made a mistake earlier, and I want to give our student board member, item 8.3, an opportunity to give their information points. Thank you.
So I know we heard a lot about bowling, Bowling Green. During public comment, I do want to touch up upon that because this is something I've not been aware of. But I have been affected by some stuff that have been talking about. Like bullying, like at our school, a lot of people know that we do have a lot of fights and everything. Like, it is a big issue. What is it called? Like, people of power, like principals and vice principals, are also one of our lead causes to these things. There is a student that I know who has been trying to get to these board meetings. They have shared with me that they have gotten to a confrontation with another kid, and one of the vice principals at our school just stood there and watched. No one was trying to help him. It took a while for security to get there, and by the time security got there, they were already beaten up and everything. I think we do have a real issue of power on our hands, and we need to either do some training or need to weed through out our principals and teachers and stuff like that. Because it's a real issue. It's a real bad issue that we have. The kids are our future. We are the future. If we're broken, I don't want to say the whole world, but our future is broken. We won't have something to look forward to if everyone's corrupted, and we won't have people there if people are gone now because of the emotional trauma, because of the mental, physical trauma that they're having at the school. We can affect what we do at school. We can't affect what's happening in home and around home, but we can affect what's happening at school and around school. So I just want to bring that to the board's attention.
Thank you for that. We're going to be... And we're going to be going to item 9.2, approve gun safety resolution.
Sorry for interrupting. Miss Diana lost keys and she wanted to look at the podium real quick.
Venga. There you go. No, estás bien, estás bien.
Perdí mis llaves. I'm sorry.
¿Ya checaste en el baño?
Ay, me impresiona.
¿Y por qué?
Porque andas hermoso.
Pues sí, señora.
Entonces, ¿sentiste lo que yo sentí?
Sí, yo escuché todo. Te juro, vamos a mirar todo.
Gracias.
De nada. Servirle. So we still have item 9.2, approve gun safety resolution. Who will be presenting? Okay, let's go. Let's go.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you were ready to go. Okay, so tonight I am bringing forward Resolution 3315. This resolution, gun safety. I'm not going to read this in its entirety, but there are a few parts that I really feel like should be highlighted. First off, whereas no parents should send their children to school fearing they may never come home. Whereas firearms are the leading cause of death for children and teens age 1 to 19 in the United States. Every year, 19,000 children and teens are shot, killed, or wounded, and approximately 3 million are exposed to gun violence. And whereas the mass murder of students, teachers, and staff, I could list a lot of high schools here throughout the country. I'm not going to do that. But we're committed using a legally purchased assault rifle originally engineered for soldiers to rapidly and efficiently and at great distance kill large numbers of opposing soldiers in war. Similar weapons were used in mass murders. And again, I'm not going to go through all of these because we know. American school children necessarily spend increasingly more time participating in active shooter drills, which create significant anxiety among students and teachers and detract from classroom learning. And whereas America's students, led by the courageous young people, are now leading the charge to prevent further tragedy. So now it be resolved, therefore it be resolved that the Board of Education of the Sacramento City School District supports common sense legislation to prevent gun violence in American schools, including banning assault weapons, high-capacity magazines, and other accessories that circumvent the ban on automatic firearms, increasing the ages at which people may buy various categories of weapons, implementing more effective background checks, and requiring the registration. I'm not going to go through the whole thing because we all can read this, but be it further resolved that this board opposes counterproductive and dangerous ideas like arming teachers. I want to, again, with a resolution of this significance, again, not just talking about it and creating a resolution and signing it. Superintendent, I'd like if we can work together with this board and put together not only federal and statewide support within our district, and if we can work with other regions nearby, if there's something already happening at the local level. But I'd like to personally, for our district, to take the charge in this and work with, like I said, state and federal level to find out different bills that are currently on the table. I believe there's 1 federal bill and 3 state that I looked over that I would like for us to put together some kind of documentation to put our support here in Sacramento behind.
That's something we can definitely look into.
I can provide those bills to this board that we looked at and make sure that our, like I said, our team, that this is a board-led effort and we work on this together.
Okay, you can continue. Are you reading any more there for where it resolves?
I don't think that I need.
Okay.
Would you like me to read any more?
This is your presentation. Okay. So do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Okay, I will take it to our board. Member Phillips.
I appreciate any resolution that is written to keep our children safe. I will also add that I do appreciate the fact that we are talking about the very high likelihood of African American students dying at the end of a gun barrel. So I do understand that, and it's not just me, but I do understand that this is very important for us to make sure that we are providing education and supporting what we need to support in order to keep our children safe in schools. It is possible that there also could be some consideration for specifically, again, making sure that we put our money behind what we're writing. And I say that again because in order to support gun safety and safety for our students, it's beyond me that there are no financial considerations for this. And again, this is not messing with anybody who wrote this because it's fantastic. I just want to make sure that, say for those who want to talk about releasing certain funds, that we look into applying funds to support resolutions like this. What happens, I think, and this is probably just my idea of how we do it here, is we write a resolution, then we start talking about it, and then we start planning, and then we talk some more, and nobody's writing a check And so nothing happens. So I just want to encourage folks, Mr. Lozado, I'm telling you, man, this ain't personal at all. I'll be up there. But I just want to make sure that we as a board are encouraging the flow of funds into these. And I also, feel that while there is a need to support the safety of students in school, I just want to make sure that we understand that children dying in schools by gun violence have a tendency to not necessarily reflect our district, what our students look like in our district. So gun safety also falls into, safety outside of school. I don't know how we're going to do that, don't know what we're going to need in order to do that, but we really have to start looking to the fact that how much is it going to cost to keep our children safe? What do we need to do? How much is it going to cost? And I'm saying it in the simplest way possible. I just feel like we need to find a way to find the money to throw it at programs like this. And if there are bills out there that are throwing money at schools, specifically at keeping children safe, I'm really excited to hear about that. But again, I don't know, sometimes when I see Sandy Hook and I see I see these schools and I don't see a lot of me in these particular incidents. So I want to make sure that, we're aware that there are a number of incidents that claim children like me outside of our schools. So maybe that'll be the next resolution.
Thank you. Member Kayada.
So of course, I'm very much in support of every part of this resolution. All this really should be common sense, and I think reflects the values of our community quite well. I do appreciate Member Villa saying that we need to do more and kicking that off by talking about some bills we can support and some actions we can start to take. Ultimately, I think, and I brought this up before, is governing by resolution is not an effective way for us to achieve the change we really need in this district. This resolution is an amazing first step, but it's like 0.5% of what we need to do. We need to do so much more. Frankly, I think we need to not have resolutions. We need to have actions or resolutions combined with actions. Because there's not a day that goes by that I don't think this could be one of our schools. You look at the schools where this has happened throughout the country, there's no one thing about them. It could definitely be one of our schools. And if all we did was pass this resolution, and then I get a call that there's a shooting at Pony Express and my kids are locked in the bathroom, we did not do enough, right? So I'm really hoping for a commitment that we will take this back, that we will work with our community, that we will work with staff and find out real actions we can take to really prevent this from happening in our community. And more importantly, I think we owe it to our community to explain what measures we already have in place, hear from them about what we want. After President Rhodes and I held a forum on safety, which was primarily around, fighting, bullying, things like that, I had some people reach out to me and say, hey, there was nothing there really about gun safety. I made one comment about it, but it wasn't the focus. I think we need a report from staff or maybe on, an expert nationally to come in and tell us, our board and our community, what we should be doing, what we can be doing, and really helping us deliver. Again, fully in support of this resolution, but making sure that this is not the end of it, that this is just the first step of many that we can take to really strengthen our communities and keep our kids safe.
Thank you, Member Kayada. Member Pritchett.
Thank you. And yes, thank you, Member Villa, for bringing this and writing this resolution. It's good awareness for us. I do have two quick things. First, we do have an education legislative lobbyist, and maybe, Member Phillips brings up a good point in regard to the financial considerations. Maybe there could be written in there, I don't know what funding that would come out of, Superintendent, but that could be the financial consideration because she is in the Capitol, and I'm happy to have conversations with I'm happy to have conversations as well. This is very important. And then I do have just a friendly amendment. We've heard many times, and anybody that watches TV, we've heard that we hear of young children at school sites, some of our school sites that have come to school with guns. And it all, I hear in the community often, how did they get the gun? How did they get that? Well, we know how they get that gun. It was an unlocked firearm. That's how they got the gun. So more than likely, obviously. So just a friendly amendment on the first page, that second to last, now it'd be resolved when you talk about the different types of high-capacity magazines. Just a friendly amendment saying stronger laws on unlocked firearms that we could work on. With that, if there's not anybody, is anybody else sitting there?
No one's moved it yet, but.
Nobody.
No, I know. I'm just offering a friendly amendment.
Second that, as a motion.
Yeah.
I do accept, yes, I'm sorry.
You have to accept her friendly amendment.
I accept the friendly amendment.
And then we have to also, is there?
Yes, stronger laws on unlocked firearms. Just broad.
We can look into
Unlocked firearms. Every firearm should be locked.
And then, so there's an acceptance. Is there a second on that one? Did you agree? You second that? Okay, so that's the motion that's on the floor now. What we'll do is we'll do a roll call vote. Superintendent, would you please? Huh? Oh, do you have a oh, I did not see your guys' thing up there. All right. Member Jean, and then Member Singh is next.
So I've been the teacher that at lunchtime, we got the announcement, everyone get into classrooms right now, and we got all the kids in there and they're running around like crazy, and spent 2 hours in my room with them. I know the seriousness of this. And sitting in the classroom with our instant reality, the kids are getting all the rumors on their phone about guns on campuses and what it means, and we're turning on the news to try to get info, and the school's trying to figure out what to do. I mean, this isn't what school's supposed to be. And I'm also really, really torn because I'm sitting here going, we just got a lot of reports about the LCAP committee meeting. We're in the middle of intense negotiations. We have schools that need attention, and this is an important priority. And I'm really just echoing what Member Kayada shared about governing through resolution. And I'm really concerned about spending through resolution. I support the values and the ideas here. I'm living it. And we have to be better at the work that we do as the 7 of us as a board. And I'm not sure what that looks like. But I look forward to the governance training we keep talking about and that we all know we need so that we can be better to address all of the things that are coming to us on a regular basis in our meetings.
Thank you. I'm going to Member Singh.
All right. So I just want to mention a few things. I'm in agreement with us taking action. I also want to say that we need to lean into our actual school safety team. So Ray's back there. We have some really great work that we have done, and I think some of the concerns around guns on campus and other things are thwarted when you actually have adults on campus, and those adults make relationships, and those relationships are what lead to having positive interactions with students, especially when we're talking about students of color. You need to have folks who look like you, understand you, and want to get to know you, and are willing to have those difficult conversations of moving folks away from gang violence, and interacting with folks that may not lead to the ultimate success in the classroom. So I do think we have some tools in place, and I'm just kind of encouraging to hear that next step for our school safety plan. That's what I want to hear, and I know that we probably have a safety plan that's going to get updated, and I want to learn more about that. I also want to kind of call to the fact that Member Kayada and President Rhodes when was that? A couple of weeks ago, your school safety forum? So I'll talk about it more later, but in this context, we are hosting an event on Wednesday, which is going to be more of a Know Your Rights teaching our students how to safely engage when they interact with law enforcement. And I think that's part of this. When we're talking about gun violence in all forms, that includes gun violence when we interact with law enforcement. That includes our students who go to schools, especially in our lowest income areas, do run into police more often. And when they do run into police, they obviously run into situations where they do see violence, whether that's violence perpetuated by individuals in society or also the violence that they see when folks are being arrested, and just making bad decisions. And in those decisions, our officers are taking action, and children are watching. Children watch these things when they walk home. They watch these things when they're driven home. So I wanted to talk about that psychological and mental well-being of their children, of our children, includes the psychological and mental well-being when they are not with us and they're headed home into really, really rough neighborhoods where they are seeing violence every single day in action, and we cannot control that. What we can control is making sure that we teach our kids the tools on how to be safe, how to take proper action, and how to get home safely. There's going to be interactions that you might know your rights, you might know exactly what you're supposed to say, but maybe you don't say that day. Maybe you just keep walking. I'm hoping that we can take those type of direct actions and kind of strengthen ways to bring our kids home safely, because that's what we need to do. We need to make sure our babies make it home. So I just want to thank you for the resolution, and just want to talk more about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Singh. Okay, seeing there's no one else in the queue, items on the table. It's been friendly amended first and second, accepted and second. Do we have a student preferential vote?
Aye.
Okay, so we're going to go through. Superintendent, can you do a roll call vote?
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Phillips?
Aye.
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Villa?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes with all board members in agreement. Okay, going next to item 9.3, resolution to recognize Earth Day.
I'd like to introduce Chamberlain.
Hello, Ms. Seacrest.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent. My name is Chamberlain Segrest. I'm the district's Environmental Sustainability Manager, a position I started in September. I am working to increase the sustainability of our district's energy, water, transportation, schoolyards, and waste systems, with the ultimate goal of supporting the district in its efforts to create healthy, resilient, and equitable learning environments for all students. I am here today to present the board's resolution to recognize Earth Day, which is an annual celebration of our natural world, and also a reminder that our health and our children's health is intrinsically tied to our planet's health, and that our actions have consequences. As a large school district, our actions can help create a healthier and more sustainable world for all. In doing so, we must prioritize communities that are disproportionately impacted by the effects of climate change and past environmental harms. I want to highlight a few things we are doing to achieve these goals. We are applying for the Green Schoolyards Grant through CAL FIRE. This is a $30 million grant that aims to rebuild schoolyards to protect the health, well-being, and educational opportunity of children most vulnerable to increasing temperatures and extreme heat across California. This includes increasing tree canopy and expanding nature play areas, gardens, and outdoor classrooms in our schoolyards. We are applying for 13 campuses, which were selected using the equity indicators detailed in our facilities master plan. We will be presenting a resolution to approve this application at our next board meeting. We have also drafted carbon neutral goals and guidelines for all of our district buildings, and we will be presenting them to you along with a resolution over the next few meetings. The goals are in direct support of the California state goal of carbon neutrality by 2045, also known as Executive Order B 5518. Finally, we are piloting food waste composting programs at over 10 of our schools and aim to expand this to all schools by the end of next year. By diverting our food waste away from landfills, we are both preserving land and reducing the production of methane, a very potent greenhouse gas. We have also rewritten the waste hauler RFP to be more intentional and supportive of compost and recycling, and this will go out to bid on Monday. With that, I recommend the adoption of this resolution and look forward to seeing you over the next couple of board meetings to share more updates and continue to work with you to build a more sustainable future for our students and for their families. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Brian, do we have any public comment?
We do not.
We do not. Do we have any board comments, please? All right. Member Singh.
I love Earth. I love Earth Day, so this is awesome. I just want to make a very clear distinction, and maybe it's the legalese in me, but again, we're writing no financial considerations now. Gracie has me thinking about financial considerations. I just wonder if we're writing no financial considerations, should we remove what the district will do until just from this resolution? Right, because if there's no financial considerations, is there any attachment? Like, all these things are going to cost money, and of course, we're going to do what we got to do to support our students and make sure our schools are lowering temperatures and getting carbon neutral, hopefully, whatever we're headed towards. I'm just wondering, I'm trying to be very specific. If we write there's no financial consideration, but we're adding language that would require financial consideration, is there an issue here?
So, Member Singh, what language are you speaking of?
If you go to the back, the second page, there's a list of things that we are going to be doing: adopt energy and carbon goals, adopt sustainable landscaping practice, which I know these details are coming. So I'm aware of that. I'm just wondering, since those things are going to cost money, should we remove them from the Earth Day resolution because we're writing there's no financial considerations?
I wouldn't think so. When I look at this, and this is my 2 cents here, when I look at this, it's talk about continuing the implementation and extension of the district-wide efforts to improve energy efficiency and reduce fossil fuels usage at schools. I think this is just us supporting that direction. This is in support of. And as they come back, they're going to give us more things that they're actually putting into place. But this is us saying we support moving in this direction. It's because there's no financial things there.
But adopting, see, that it should say something like that, because adopting energy and carbon goals is a financial consideration. Adopting sustainable landscaping practices is a financial consideration. Applying for funds does cost us money. Expanding district-wide efforts to improve energy efficiency and reduce fossil fuel usage at schools is a financial consideration. I know I'm being picky, but I think this is talking about what we're saying, which is, I love the resolutions, and I started with I love Earth Day, but I'm just trying to get very clear on us taking action that is not through just resolutions, and I would just feel more comfortable if we weren't adding that particular piece, or we change the language to say that, make some sort of amendment to indicate that.
Perhaps this is not what you're looking for, Member Singh, but Chief Ramos, can you maybe just explain when we discuss financial considerations, what we mean by that? We're not talking about in-kind expenses, if you will, as opposed to an allocation of general funds, perhaps, and maybe the team can just explain whether there's a distinction there, because as I'm kind of hearing Member Singh, there probably would be financial considerations under that lens, because we're going to require, time of staff, a grant writer, those kinds of things that there would be costs. Some of them would be in kind. But maybe if we make a distinction, Member Rhodes, between those and not in kind?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, President Rhodes is correct. We're just simply asking for support in the resolution. In this particular item that we're bringing before the board, we're not asking to approve any kind of funding for any one of these projects at this point. That will be forthcoming. If we would be very specific in the dollar amount and whether it's ongoing, the funding source, and so forth. but we're not providing that. And so the team can share with you the plans that they have to bring forward those items specifically. You want to, or Chamberlain?
Yeah. So exactly, this is to outline intent. And so when we do come forward with each and every one of those single projects, there will be that dollar amount to it. And so then that we'll be able to focus in and dive in a little bit deeper on that decision at that time. For example, if in a project we want to, or a RFP for a waste hauler, when we bring forward that RFP selection, and we can outline the impact on what that's going to mean for the district on cost-wise for approving that RFP, but then also potentially outlining cost savings on the utility side of it as well.
Okay. Can I ask another question of you, Rose? So are you saying that if we had listed financial considerations, the resolution would actually state something around money?
If we would have said, yes, there is a financial consideration, yes, we would have listed the dollar amount and the funding source, how we're paying for this and other details. If this is ongoing, was there contracts, there'd be far more detail.
Okay, well, the next resolution does have financial considerations, and I'll probably be asking you where those details are in that resolution. I'm trying to compare the two. That's what's coming down. I mean, I've read these, so that's where it's getting a little confusing. So that's it. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Member Kayada.
So I'd like to thank Member Singh for bringing up the question about financial implications, because I think we all know we're not going to save our planet just by having good feelings. We need to commit real money. To me, when I read this resolution, I feel heard by staff and comments I've made in the past, because I think, as you all just said, this goes about as far as we can get with intent, speaking about things that will follow up that will have costs. And I do appreciate that. Really, really impressed with this resolution. Continue to be really glad to have Rose here to help us with these things and immediate answers available. I look forward to the information coming back. And in the meantime, I'm really happy that we are committing to this. And I will have a personal commitment here, and I hope other board members will join me, informally. But I read every single agenda item, and I hope that district staff does too. Anything that comes across your desk, what is the impact on our environment? What's the climate impact? In our last board meeting on consent, we approved some new diesel buses, which I consulted with staff, and it was necessary and had to happen despite our plan to go electric in the future. But I'm always looking at that, and I think that that's something as a board and as a district we should commit to, is being affirmative in our actions, to always look at everything through a climate lens, and to know that our district needs to lead. We're educating our kids, and they need to have a world when they graduate from our schools.
Thank you, Member Kayada. Seeing that there's no one else in the queue, do we have a motion to move this forward? Okay, do we have a second? Yes. Second, student preferential?
Aye.
Okay, superintendent.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Phillips? Member Pritchett? Aye. Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh? Member Villa?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes with all board members in agreement. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're going to go to item 9.4, resolution recognizing April as National Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Sam.
Thank you, President Rhodes. This resolution is to approve resolution number 3341 in recognition of April as National Sexual Assault Awareness Month. There's a little bit of background. Freedom from sexual assault is a basic human right. Sexual assault can happen anywhere, including work, home, schools, and other public places. National statistics for Americans indicate that every 68 seconds an American is sexually assaulted, and every 9 minutes that victim is a child. I'm not going to go through all of the whereas, but some key points on here. The first is Sexual Assault Awareness Month calls attention to the fact that sexual violence is widespread and impacts every person in the community. And the goal of the Sexual Assault Awareness Month is to raise public awareness about sexual violence and educate communities on how to prevent it. And every 68 seconds, an American is sexually assaulted, and every 9 minutes, one of them is a child. Child sexual abuse prevention must be a priority to confront the reality that 1 in 9 girls and 1 in 53 boys under the age of 18 experience sexual abuse and assault at the hands of an adult. Now it be resolved that the Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education proclaims April 2023 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month and urge all SUSD community members to support sexual assault survivors, including when survivors reach out and disclose abuse, and to strengthen our efforts to prevent this abuse in the first place. I have some comments, but I'll wait to see if we have any public comments.
Okay, do we have any public comment on the item?
We do not.
We do not. Board comment on the item? Okay, so Member Singh.
So can I now ask the question on how this does have financial considerations and where?
You can ask any question at any point in time.
No, there's a question I'm saying, I'm just making it a statement.
Oh, okay.
But who can ask this question of? Thank you. It's not to put you on the spot. I'm really trying to figure out where we're putting financial reasoning and then how it would actually show up, because I'm still not seeing a specific dollar amount in the resolution. I'm wondering if it has to be in there, what's going on.
Sure. Is this on? Yes. So adding that to the resolution was the acknowledgement of existing budgeting that's gone toward expanding our school-based mental health staff, specifically with LCFF and ESSER. So you saw it's in one of those,
It is.
I think, whereases. For example, just in my department alone, but there are other school-based mental health in terms of counselors and social workers. From 2017 to now, our staffing has expanded by something like 125%. So that was just the acknowledgement, but it's existing budgeted funds, not like new funds coming through this.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Member Singh, did you have any other? No? Okay. Thank you, Member Singh. Member Pritchett.
Thank you. You can stay up here. Yeah. So I just, I want to say that awareness really starts by believing. And I think we as a community just get so wrapped up in daily lives that we often overlook things of this nature. So I appreciate that we're bringing this forward. And I know that when I asked for this resolution to be presented to the board, I also asked for ties that would have a financial consideration. Like, for example, I've asked for stickers to be put on every single stall at our schools, saying that if you've been a victim or if you are in fear of being trafficked, this is a number to call on every single site. I've asked for literature to be passed out to our students, even banners to just put up, something simple. This is a number to call, because I don't think that our youth knows how to reach out, and we've got to do better at just advising them this is a safe way. In reading through this, one thing that really stood out to me was the statistics of boys, and we know that these statistics are incorrect because boys don't often report, because they don't feel safe to report. So I know that those are off, but that's what we have to go by, right? So those are some of the financial considerations that I've asked for. And I know that's just a start. It's so little, something that we can do, but at least it's something. It's something that we could put forth. Also, something to consider, I brought up the program by the City of Refuge, SHINE. It's a girls' empowerment group. They go into schools as an afternoon treat for them, and they've really been able to help girls that are currently being trafficked. And to hear our littles, when asked, who knows what this means, to see them raise their hand and they know, was just heartbreaking. So programs like that is something that we should be investing in the future. So.
Thank you, Member Pritchett. Member Phillips.
Ms. Flores, thank you. There isn't a whole lot more to say because I really do think that this is important. I also really want to acknowledge you addressing the demographics and making sure that we are aware this is just not a woman problem, even a male problem. It's a human condition, something that we really need to be focused on. So I appreciate this. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other in the queue, do we have a motion to move this forward? Sure. Move it. Second? Okay, student preferential?
Aye.
Superintendent?
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Phillips? Member Pritchett? Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Villa?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Now we're going to go to item 9.5, model community engagement policy. I think we're gonna have, where's my guy at?
I'm gonna start the conversation, President Rhodes, if that's okay, and then
Daniel, someone.
Mr. Browning will provide some support in terms of the discussion that we're hoping to hear from the board related to this topic. This topic comes to you because, as Member Singh mentioned earlier, there is going to be a community forum, a Know Your Rights forum, and what we have seen is an increase in board member engagement or a desire to engage with our community. And we currently have a board policy at this time that sort of allows for board members to draw upon interest that you have for working with community-based organizations to be able to use our facilities. That is, if you just give me, sorry, real quickly. Policy 1330, which currently is titled Use of School Facilities. It was last revised in November of 2001, and it simply addresses the recognition by the board that district facilities are a community resource, and that as a resource, we do expect that they will be used for school programs and activities, but it also recognizes that we are part of our community and that we want to support parent and community involvement. We want to be able to share and coordinate community resources that are available for our community, a wide range of neighborhood activities, as well as a use by a diverse population of community members of our facilities. In fact, that same regulation, 1330, which was last revised then on March 2nd of 2016, has a cost structures associated to the use of our school facilities that range from a classification 1, which outlines the kind of groups that can make use of our facilities free of cost. It then goes to a separate classification that talks about nonprofit groups being able to use our facilities with fees that are charged to offset the cost for supplies, utilities, custodial services, services of any other district employees, salaries paid to school district employees, et cetera. Another classification is for commercial use. Another classification within that same classification is for religious use. And in fact, we do have some churches that utilize some of our facilities, and there's a fee structure associated to that as well. What we would like to hear, just because board members have expressed interest in being able to have more access to our facilities, but also understanding that there are costs associated to custodial staff having to come in to open and close and organize and arrange tables, chairs, clean after hours, those kinds of things. Up to this point, board members, we have not been proactive enough in, for example, allocating a budget allocation for board member use of facilities through your board office. And so oftentimes we have to figure out how to manage those fee structures because ultimately we are responsible for some of the costs associated for the use of our facilities. So we are interested in, as an information item first, to hear a discussion from our board about what the board envisions as potential amendments based on interest from board members to more actively engage with community members and use our facilities for forums like the one that members Kayada and Rhodes described, for the kind of activity that member Singh described earlier and might give more specifics later. There's also interest by board members to maybe do some fundraising activities as well. Again, our current practice is that we work with community-based organizations to do some of that work, but I know that there's interest from board members to take a lead in some of those efforts as well. And so our hope is that there will be some discussion among board members that will allow us as staff to come back to the board with some potential amendments as a first reading, then bring it back as a second reading, but simply offer that we think that we already have the underpinnings for what we think that you want to see done through this admin reg and board policy.
Okay, thank you. Is there any public comment around this item? No?
We do not have any.
Okay, so we're gonna go into board comment and discussion around community engagement and potentially expanding, enhancing, and advancing the work we do in our community. So, anyone popping in? All right. Member Pritchett.
Thank you. I guess I'm really confused by this policy, and I'm hoping to be able to get some answers. I've done community events myself within my area, and often I just work through the principal, and that's usually how I take care. I don't know why we would need a board policy. It just kind of I have some reservations about us having that type of power of just kind of showing up and doing stuff or scheduling stuff. And I don't know, I'm not quite understanding at this. And also, does this mean like that we would have like a key for the school to like have these types of things, because we would need to let people in, because usually we would have staff there, right? And so, and I know, and the reason why I asked that is because we've had, Nathaniel could probably talk about this. I know at Rosemont High School, for example, we were having trouble with, keys, and we had to rekey the entire place, which is very, very costly. But keys were being kind of passed out, and so I'm just a little bit worried about what this means and all. So maybe those kind of answers can be answered for me.
Very good. Thank you, Member Pritchett. Do we have anyone else who wants to give their thoughts? Member Villa?
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, I kind of was thinking the same thing. Of course, our schools are safe places, and we should actually, we should have access to our school sites. I'm just wondering, and I wrote a few questions down, what are the impact with cost? Obviously, I'd like to see what that looks like. Are we going to be, like these events, having staff come in? Is this going to be something, do we have to vote as a board of what we deem appropriate? Can you give me some insight of what we're looking for? And if it's fundraising, you had mentioned that, are we designating a certain group that we're fundraising for, or what is the access? Because I think right now we've kind of, I know Rhodes, you've had your event, I know there are events coming up at the schools, but those I feel like have been centrally allocated. So is this something separate that we're doing? I just want to know the impact of what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah. So my thought process when this comes forward, things like allocation of time for custodians, right? So if you were to do a public forum around safety, right? That cost a custodian to be in the space, right? And it's not saying that board members, in my thought process, not saying that board members would have keys and they can go in and they don't have to talk to any staff member or really go through that process. But it's being able to say, okay, board members, my thought would be like board members having some type of amount of hours, similar to how they do in other jurisdictions. Like you have 60 hours of community event time, and these funds are allocated so that you can have the custodian that's out there working, getting his overtime pay. If the principal needs to be there, who pays for that principal time because it's outside of that thing? And having those conversations, we don't have them, but we want to do community engagement. But there's so many pieces that go with community engagement, and that financial piece is there. And the access to be able to do more. I know that usually as a board, through the years that I've seen board work, we are not as involved in community as we could be. And so we want to have a town hall type of setup. The arduous task of a board member doing a town hall it's very difficult to be able to do. It's very easy for to partner with a nonprofit organization and say, hey, nonprofit organization, do you want to have a conversation around this at a school site? And then we can be like, oh, yes, you want to do that? Well, we want to help you do that. But there's no way, a direct mechanism currently that board members who represent community can utilize a school site to have conversations and or to be able to better engage across the board. And so I think, and some other board members have said some things, so I'm hoping some people hop in, which I do see they hopped in, so that they can kind of talk about it too, because we want to be more engaged with community. As board members, we don't want to actually just say, oh, we want other people to be engaged in community. I think it's one of our responsibilities to be engaged. And school sites are a very easy place to culminate and bring community together around things that they love and care about. Great equalizer is space that people know, they trust. And so if you have board members that are talking to their district around things that are important to their residents, we have to have an easier mechanism to facilitate that. And right now in our school district, there's no real mechanism to assist board members or to give a pathway to board members to connect with their constituents at their school sites. And so that's what some of the things that why I think this is conversation is important, and to level set with our board to see, just like you were saying, Member Pritchett, you were saying, hey, I have concerns around this. We have an opportunity to bring those concerns up and have a conversation as a board in a public setting, right? And so this is an information item so that people can start really thinking about how and what we could do to better engage our community members and constituencies. And so I will leave that there. That's my thought process. And I will let everybody else who's in the queue up and chat. Member Singh.
So as someone who's excited about this idea, I think for me, and I think you and I talked about this, Chinua, it's really what you just mentioned, which is opportunities to engage. These are positions where we have limited opportunities to engage with community. We are a volunteer board, right? And folks are always asking, oh, are you going to have a town hall? Are you going to, can you open the gym, or can you come play basketball with our kids or do something, right? And well, for me, right, for someone who would like to engage with youth and other folks, I would like to find a way to actually open our spaces in a space where I can actually put in the work. I want to take the onus off of staff, and I'll give you an example. Be able to use my own creative thoughts and not put the pressure on district staff, or even have to, kind of take away the superintendent's time and be like, hey, can you get comms and this person together and this person together? I need to do an event in like a week, which is kind of what I'm in the process of doing right now. So I want to be able to expand the idea of what it means to to engage. I don't think that as school board members, we oftentimes engage with community as much as other elected officials. And this seems like an opportunity to do that. And I think Chinua alluded to it earlier, that there are models where we can look at the hours and the time and the funding that has been allocated to trustees or elected officials to be able to conduct this type of community engagement work. And the truth is, I think we can be very clear about what fundraising means, right? It would not be individual fundraising for ourselves using district funds. It would be supporting the nonprofits, maybe fundraising for organizations that we already support. So we can be kind of flexible on that. But this is truly, when I look at it, an opportunity for me to engage with community. And then also, as we said, give our staff, our custodians and other folks the ability to be fully engaged. This is not a, let me quietly open the gym real quick and no one shows up. This is making sure that folks are paid and correctly, there has to be a system where district staff knows that we're at an event and district staff knows that there have been folks allocated to go to that event. So hope that captures it.
Thank you, Member Singh. Member Villa. Oh, okay, touch again. Okay. I click back through. Member Jean.
So I'm kind of in the teacher mind right now, thinking about how it may look like there's a lot of resources, but the double booking and the calendaring of all the events is really crazy at a school. And keeping it straight is definitely not an easy thing. And I would hate for this to end up being a space where board members end up superseding the needs of the school. So I'm glad to see, thanks for the board policy and admin regs that were just handed to us. I'm happy to see that the primary purpose is for school programs and activities, and that would still be the primary purpose. And that it looks like maybe we'd be adding the board authorizes the use of school facilities by community groups and board members for purposes provided for in the Civic Center Act. Is that kind of, and I know that I'm proposing policy language and this is more a free-form conversation, but I think a lot of us are just going, what's the intent here? And so that, if that's what we're doing, I'm like, I get it. I see how right now us as board members are not in here saying that the work that we need to do might be served on school campuses in an appropriate space. So I understand that request. My thought, though, about increasing any kind of funds and stuff, to me, this would be adding to the 10,000 that we've already been given. And that I would say, as a newbie, I keep asking a lot about like, well, what's the process? If I want to do this, how do I make this happen? And I almost feel like we need a handbook, right? And it would be more of a, if we're going to put something like this in place, it needs to be very, very clear so that staff does not feel like a board member's coming in and strong-arming anything, right? But that we are figuring out how to appropriately engage and work with the shared use of our facilities for the work that board members are elected to do as well. And I would not necessarily be on board with increasing funding until we see that would be needed, being we already have 10,000 at our disposal on an annual basis, unless I'm misinformed.
Okay, no, great input. Thank you so much for that. And once again, this is a conversation between us to better inform as we bring back policy around this or changes to existing policy. What is the board thinking on this? So this is what this portion is, and we're doing it in front of all you beautiful people. So next, we're going to go to Member Kayada.
So when I look at this as a proposal for what we can do, my thoughts go to how we represent ourselves to our communities. I think, we're elected officials, so we do campaigns, right? We're out there, we're using campaign funds, we're on our own bootstrap, we're doing what we are. But when we're a candidate, we present ourselves with whatever means we can. But once we're elected, I think we owe our community a certain level of professionalism. If we call for an event and we're doing it as board members, that they would expect it to be as well organized as a lot of the other events that, Nikki and her team put on. The community affairs that we have with the Wide Open Walls, for example. These are well-oiled machines, and it's done well. So to me, I think that we should just have more coordination between board members and our community engagement team. where if we're going to do something, we work with them closely and we would have the ability to have district support there. Because part of the reason that I'm somewhat reticent to have kind of official interactions rather than just showing up at existing district events is that I don't want to present our district as less professional than it is. And it's just me and maybe 150 people show up and I'm like, well, I went to Costco and I bought 20 bagels myself. That's not how I want to present ourselves to our community. So that's really kind of my input, but I enjoy what I'm hearing from others as well.
Thank you, Member Kayada. We're going to be bouncing back to Member Pritchett. You did put the cue, yeah.
Yes, I did. Thank you. I appreciate all the answers. I guess in my mind, I'm thinking kind of what Member Kayada and Member Jean had said, like, are these district events? Are they led by the district? And to me, like, when we had a facilities committee at one time long ago, I remember sitting at the table in the facilities committee going through all of the classifications of the different licenses and trying to figure out who fits where. This, to me, it kind of makes me think about like all the phone calls that I get from parents. And I'm all about being in the community. I'll have events, I'll work with the principal and getting them done. But when I get phone calls from a parent who's angry, the first thing I ask a parent is, who have you already talked to? Because you probably shouldn't be coming straight to your board member first. I can talk to you day and night, but I want to know, did you start with the principal? Did you start with the teacher? Did you start with the principal? Did you reach out to somebody at the district office? And what answers did you get? Because there's a chain of command that needs to happen, right? And so to me, this allowing board members, it almost seems like, I don't want to say like maybe like an abuse of power in a sense. That's kind of like that's harsh words of what I'm trying to say, obviously. But I guess I'm a little bit worried about like what that process is, like Member Jean had said. Like, do we as board members go through the same process as anybody else and go through the facilities department and do the licensing, and then we go through the school and get it booked that way? It just, I'm trying to figure it all out in my head about like exactly what's being asked here.
And I think that if I can address that a little bit, I think that this right here is to gain information, and when something comes back around a recommendation around adding language or a change to that policy, there'll be multiple readings around that. This is like just getting a level setting of how people are thinking and feeling. And once again, I wouldn't think that getting more engaged means superseding what the purpose of school sites are. Right? And so this is more or less saying, hey, our board wants to be more involved. How can we do that pragmatically and effectively and efficiently to service the communities we serve? I think that's what the conversation is really about, and definitely not trying to hamper or overreach with our position of any of our staff or members of the community at all. That's my 2 cents.
I appreciate that. I guess maybe when it comes back, we can discuss of what is currently hampering board members from being engaged in their communities.
Cool. Member Phillips.
I do like the idea of being able to open this up. I don't necessarily think that as elected officials, representatives of our community, that, we would do something that might look bad on the district. But I mean, this right here, there are things, just reading this basic information makes me wonder why this wasn't shared with us on our handbook. But I understand the need because, I mean, yes, we're elected. Yes, we represent our constituents, but it'd be really cool if we had an opportunity to, say, do a kickball game between Cerna staff and, a couple different schools. I think that would be really cool because that gives the public access to us. And I think that seems to be missing a lot. And like when folks have your telephone number and they're calling you, it's almost as if, you're an employee of the district. And that becomes complicated. And so I think being able to open this up to be able to allow the community to utilize not only our spaces, but to be able to spend time and breathe air with us, I think would be something that I really would like to look into, but I understand there's liabilities for everything. And I think if we don't take a risk in being able to expose our public to who we are and what we do, without getting in the messy stuff about, politics and taxes and insurance, maybe. So I think it's a good idea for us to investigate, but I would like to see some examples of clear examples of what we'd be able to do. Because I could think of 50 million things that I'd like to do, but I also need to know that I should be constrained, as a public official and, a representative of our students here. So, and I do really like the idea that member Jean said, is that we shouldn't be spending any extra money on this. We do have board funds, which we never seem to use because a lot of us didn't know a whole lot about it or how it worked. So that might be a different way to be able to, share ourselves with the community. And my last question, because everything else was a statement, I like the idea of being able to hold office hours in places where the public can reach us. Now, I know we're all busy and we got 8 million things to do, family life, kids, but we are here for a reason. And I kind of want to see if that fits into this, being able to open ourselves up to providing office hours.
Yeah, and I guess I'll talk to that. I think that's a consideration. I also think that I remember my first year as a board member doing office hours at Burbank. And how I did that was I connected with the principal and said, is there opportunity and time that I can come by and sit in and have a little area space to community can meet with us. But I think that more office hours in the community and at our school sites for our students and families that can pop in and talk to a board member is a thing of beauty, and we should do more of that. In my day job, I do that same work with the mayor, and so we do office hours constantly now because it's about going to people, and so to do that on the board level would be beautiful. I just remember that we are an elected body that represents our citizens and community members, and they are our bosses. What we need to do is be able to connect with them more frequently, regularly, and give them access to us. I think that's what this is about. So thank you so much for that. Then we have member Villa.
Just quickly, I appreciate you making that last statement and everything that I've heard, but just moving forward, when we come back with this, do you think that, that we could have guardrails set up of what is appropriate, what is not, maybe the procedures that are in place, alerting the board as a whole of what your intention is, what the event is, so we're all on the same page? And it's also a great opportunity to share the work that everybody's doing in their district. So if I can we come back to that, just seeing exactly what that looks like, just so we're not catching ourselves in a liability insurance issue.
Appreciate it, and thank you for the statement, because all of this will be taken back and written down, so we can come back.
Member Singh and then.
No, it's Member Pritchett next. I apologize.
I just want to say, I love all of your ideas. I absolutely love the ideas. When we come back, I just want to find out I feel like we need to dig in a little bit more of what's hindering us from having these things. I absolutely love the ideas.
Thank you. And Member Singh.
All right. Okay. Thank you for all those comments. I'm actually going to be very specific on what I think should have said this the first time. When I think about, if you look at the regulation 1330 in front of you, it says use of school facilities, or look at classification number 1, which says free. Under free, you have school-sponsored programs. You have PTAs, parent booster clubs, City of Sacramento, Cordova and Southgate Parks and Recreation Districts, youth groups, police departments. I believe that the board members should be listed under one of these classifications. And I think that classification, in my opinion, should be under classification 1. They would be free to use these facilities But if you read this fine detail, if no school employee otherwise available to perform the function, then the cost of that school employee's presence during the organization, you can read the rest of the part. You would have to figure out the cost for that. I just think that we need to be classified into one of these areas. That is the guardrail. We already have, we're not going to go into the depth about, unless we're going to dive deep into what are the guardrails for nonprofit groups, what are the guardrails for these school-sponsored programs. I just think that we need to find our space in one of these classifications, because if we're going to be opening up our spaces, and we already do open up our spaces, we know that we are not going to supersede the need of the school and the students at that school. This is a if you have space, if you have opportunity, just like the city of Sacramento's Parks and Recreation District can't come in and supersede kids' playtime to use those spaces. So that's what, should have said this the first time, is I'm looking for us to be added into one of these classifications so we can have availability to use these spaces like anybody else does. But it would not come at the expense of our children. It would only come if we have space and use of availability, and we can take into consideration whether it be during regular hours or if it's after hours, and there's a cost associated with it. I would like for us to then think about, is that where the $10,000 comes in? Right. But our access to use, we should not be on the fee schedule as board members. We should be in line like anybody else. If we want to be able to use that space. The relationships, trying to use a space like you built a relationship with your high school principal over there at Burbank, but that's us assuming that that's also adding work to our principals. We're saying, hey, by the way, do you have time to let me use this space? This is a process that everybody goes through anyways. If anybody comes into the school district and asks for time, there is a process. I just want us to be a part of that process. That way we're not putting more pressure on our staff. Our staff probably, and maybe Nathaniel can talk about this, maybe not right now because we've been talking about this for too long, but you have a process for when these folks want to use these spaces. We just want to be included. I just want to be included in that process. So I don't start texting you and say, hey man, can I use X, Y, and Z? Or like, hey, go through the process like anybody else. I want to be part of that process.
Go ahead, Superintendent.
President Rhodes, just as we're wrapping up, if there's no other comments, and in the interest of just making sure that we're all aligned so that we can come back with some helpful and useful information as part of a first reading. What I'm hearing is that there are some follow-up in terms of funding structures, the question of whether it's part of your current allocation, which you voted for in budget adoption, or at least the former board for budget adoption of this fiscal year. We will start budget adoption discussions very soon, whether it's part of the 10,000, whether it's a centralized funding source that is available to board members is something that we will bring back for further discussion to the board. I've also heard this idea that I think there's an understanding that board member use of facilities would not supersede any use that has already been reserved through the proper permitting process of any of the classifications that are here. I don't know of a better term, but Member Pritchett talked about it as kind of use of power or something to that effect. I mean, I think I heard that there's some sensitivity that we will not, board member use will not supersede the use of other organizations that have gone through the same process. I also heard a little bit about, again, this is a term that I'm just adopting, some aspirational community engagement type of work. You talked about kind of hours or activities, so we'll come back with, again, some language that you can decide, I don't want to be bound by that, or I think it's appropriate to be aspirational and report back about how we're engaging with our community. And the one thing that I didn't hear, but that I do want to just get a sense from our board is that ultimately I think there does need to be some kind of process to vet the appropriate quote unquote use of facilities, what would be deemed appropriate, if you will, that may not already be contained in the current admin reg. The AR, for example, right now does talk about fundraising And, it talks about fundraising that for the welfare of the pupils of our district, for example. So if that is an idea that you might have, that would be an appropriate use. Member Kayada talked about the difference between campaigning, being a board member. We would want to establish a process of vetting to make sure that board members don't cross that line as well. This is all new to us, board members, but it's exactly what I wanted to be able to hear in this discussion so that we have some sense of what we might come back with as part of a first reading. So if there's anything else that I didn't hear, please let us know so that we can take notes and come back to you.
Thank you, Superintendent. I think we're going to move on. Seeing that there's no other people in the queue, thank you, colleagues, for your input, and we'll be back with this at a future board meeting. We're going to go to 9.6, Black African American Advisory Board, BAAB update with Brother Julius and Terrence.
No. I think Mr. Austin and Mr. Gladney, go ahead and start. We have our Vice President, Philip, so we can start.
Off short for me. All right, thank you. All right, I'll begin again. Good evening, board members. My name is Julius Austin. I am the chair of the Black African American Advisory Board.
And I'm Terrence Gladney, the vice chair of the Black African American Advisory Board.
All right, our goal today is to provide a brief overview of whence we've come, where we are today, and where we are moving forward. And we'll do that by starting off with a moment of reflection and context setting. Then we'll take you through an overview. I'm going to take out that word brief, unfortunately, tonight. We're going to take you through an overview and evolution of the Black African American Advisory Board, which we will also call the BAAB at times. Next, what we'll do is tell you a little bit about BAAB's current role and responsibilities. Then we'd like to provide some advisement in the vein of which we are called to do, and also provide some next steps. And along with those next steps, I'd also probably add some expectation. Finally, we'll finish up with gladly taking any questions that you may have and look forward to any discussion that may come from the dais. So I want to start off by providing some ground setting and similar to the vein in which we start our meetings. And we like to make sure that we are using African, Black, and African American traditions in our meeting. And so we start our meeting with Habari Gani, or what's the good news? Our goal is to always start from our scholars' assets as we know that they bring many assets to the table. This is the first question that we ask district staff. What and where are the bright spots in our district for Black students? That may be an odd sound to many, but that is a war horn, an acobin. An acobin is an Adrinka symbol that encapsulates who we have evolved to as a board. We are volunteers who are unconditionally and unapologetically committed to advocating for Black students and their families. And we like to start our meetings off with a bit of Black history. And so today, April 27th, is a remembrance of 120 years ago when The Souls of Black Folks by W.E.B. Du Bois was published. And acknowledging that Black history, we'd like to uplift W.E.B. Du Bois' advocacy in regards to civil rights and voting rights. So here you see, according to Ed Data and the district's academic office and school safety reports, Black and African American students are still in this district the most likely to be suspended or expelled. I think many folks know in this room that back in 2020, SCUSD had the third highest rate of suspensions in the entire state. And we move forward a bit and we look at 21-22 school year and recognize that the African American suspension rate was 12.4%. Also, 6 times the rate of white and Asian students. So if you continue on this slide, you'll see that African American students and Black students are the most likely to be identified for special education. They're the least likely to become proficient readers by 3rd grade, to be placed in GATE programming, the least likely to master the mid-level mathematical skills that position students for success in college, preparatory math courses. They're the least likely to be placed in full sequence of college preparatory courses. They're the least likely to complete an advanced placement course or AP course. And they're also the least likely to meet the A through G college readiness requirement. Therefore, the BAAB exists. And we have evolved since its inception to meet this dismal information. So I want to take you through kind of overview of the BAAB because we recognize that in this room, even when you look at our presentation just a year ago, there's many new people at the dais. There's many new staff members. And so we want to ensure that district board members and staff are aware of the BAAB and what we're called to do. I want to make sure that everyone in this room recognizes that we are here to provide advisement, and we know for sure that if our advisement is followed, then outcomes for Black and African American students could improve in this district. Now, this journey started 4.5, almost 5 years ago, all the way back in September of 2018. Superintendent's African American Achievement Task Force was convened back then with the expectation that they would be doing work from September to mid-December. I was a part of that African American Achievement Task Force and been doing this work, like I said, now for almost 5 years. Now, that group of individuals met every Tuesday and ultimately surpassed the December end date and ended up meeting from October to May to get to a space of creating some recommendations that was adopted by this school district. Now, this body did extreme work to engage with principals, teachers, students, and parents. They held focus groups so that they can gather information in regards to academics and climate and culture directly from sources that were impacted so that they could use that information to create recommendations to the district. Now we move forward, and I think we move forward. There we go. All right, we move forward to 2019. Now, in January of 2019, the body crosswalk recommendations with the graduation task force, recognizing there was precedent set in the district in regards to task force recommendations being brought forward. In March, they held a community engagement session at John Still to further engage with the community to have community voice implemented into the recommendation. And then in March, after the community engagement session, we presented a preliminary group of recommendations to the Board of Education. They took some recommendations actually from the board to go back and do some work on those recommendations. And the final recommendations were presented and ultimately adopted by the school district in May of 2019. Now, in October of 2019, the individuals who were part of the African American Achievement Task Force decided that they would continue on to do work. Once again, they were asked to do from September to December, and now here they are still in October of 2019 doing work, because one of the major recommendations that was created was to create a body that would hold the district accountable to the recommendations that the district adopted. So here you can see the recommendations that were created, and here you can see a progress monitoring plan that the current body created to monitor those recommendations. So we all know what took place in March of 2020, but despite the COVID-19 pandemic, the transition team remained resilient and continued to, were able to resume work that it took to launch the African American Advisory Board. That included outreach to community members, to select new board members with an intentional kind of goal to ensure that the board was at least 51% parents and guardians. Now, to create the BAAB, this was done very intentionally, and it was done taking a look at other advisory committees that were a part of the district, including the CAC and the DLAC, and it was done to ensure that the work would be placed within the district. And ultimately, here you see the purpose, the role, and the purpose of BAAB. So we are here to advise the board and superintendent and relevant district department staff in regards to the accountability of services, programs, policies, and resources that directly impact the district, school culture, and climate of classrooms and the academic, socio-emotional, and personal outcomes for Black African American students. And also, we're here to review, monitor, and evaluate the district's implementation of the board-adopted task force recommendations. So we're not here to do the work. That's you all's job and staff. But we are here to ensure that those recommendations are implemented. Now we move forward and we're finally getting to 2021, and we did some work to onboard new members. In March, we created and established an executive committee. And then May, we engaged with district personnel and were participants in the LCAP listening session. And June, we established some standing working committees to do the work of the BAAB. The main committees that were established were our Parent Engagement Committee and our District Accountability Committees. In July of 2021, unfortunately, the horrible incidents that took place at Kit Carson had happened, and we made some demands for resolution to that incident. Furthermore, in December, more horrible incidents had taken place, and we once again demanded resolution for the situation at West Campus High School. And we also kind of finished up our bylaws and developed some policies and procedures so that this board will be operating effectively and efficiently. Now, here on the screen, you see this beautiful body of amazing volunteers. Many people majority of people who are parents and or guardians. Some are grandparents, but these folks are working tirelessly to do the work necessary for those recommendations to be implemented. We're thankful that today we're joined by many of them. Just like to acknowledge them in the space if they could raise their hand. Thank you so much. You can all hold your applause back. But here you see our chair of our District Accountability Committee, Ms. Kim Williams, who's not present today. Also, Conrad Crump, our chair of our Parent Engagement Committee, who is not present today. And I'd like to acknowledge Nikisha Thomas, our parliamentarian, who is on our executive committee, but not here standing at the microphone to present. But our vice chair is here. And with that being said, I'm going to turn things over for him to continue.
Thank you, Julius. Excuse me. While we comprise the board, those of us in the room as well as our fellow board members that were featured on the previous slide, we exist and we stand on the shoulders of the task force that did the work before us. We stand on the shoulders of our ancestral roots. We stand on the shoulders of district staff that have since left. We stand on the shoulders of Lisa Allen. There's so many people before us that exist right now on the board, did work and really continued. To Julius's previous point, the task force defined their existence and went beyond what the scope was because that work still needs to be done. 400 years plus is a long time, so to extend it a few years, we will continue to do that work. It is the relationships that we've developed as a board, recognizing our ancestral roots and building familial bonds and communal bonds that has led us to, again, define how we operate. So we have entrusted and empowered our board members to exist in separate spaces which comprise our committees. So we have two committees, which are District Accountability and Parent, Family, and Community Engagement. And those exist because specifically the District Accountability is the core of our work. We're here to review, monitor, and assess, and to provide advisement and feedback to you guys and to staff about the things that are affecting our babies. And, to Board Member Singh's point, those things don't only exist within the walls of our school sites. They exist from when our babies, are at home, when they leave home, come to our school sites, and when they return. Okay. So we continue to get district updates, as Julius referenced. A lot of the things that we have focused on in recent months and years has been around incidents and outcomes that have forced us to be reactive and take stances and, again, to provide input. You know, it's traumatic for us as board members when these things happen and they occur, because we know that on the other side of that, there's a family, there's a child, there's a student, or in some cases, there's an adult who is suffering what is potentially irreparable harm at the hands of this system that's been designed not to serve people that look like us. A little over a year ago, we came before you guys and just basically made it plain. This is still where we are. We're still at 6 out of 13. The needle has not moved. We can just sit in that space for a little bit because we're still waiting a year later. We're still failing our babies. We're actually regressing in many areas. But yet we exist to do the work. We choose not to stand stagnant. We choose not to be immobile. Despite all of the obstacles before us, we continue to do the work. The task force set the roadmap for us to continue to do this in volunteer service on behalf of our babies and our families. We still create milestones despite obstacles and lack of support. Again, over a year ago, we stood before you guys, well, virtually, to present the state of our students, which has not changed. We moved the needle forward ourselves in volunteer service, and we went out and engaged our community members to find out what it is that they're experiencing on our school sites. We defined our existence, and again, we went and reshaped the way that our system looked to meet the needs of our board members and our community. We understood that because we had trust within each other, we were able to create spaces separate from our larger body to have committees that could do the work in a much more focused space. And we trusted them to bring it back to our larger body. If we use that as a model and focus on the needs of our Black babies, then we can uplift the whole of our greater school district. That's a mindset that needs to change in this space and in those walls of our schools. We stand here today in April, and next month we're going to celebrate all of the community members that came into our space virtually last year. We're going to recognize them for putting their faith and their hope and their trust in us, a relatively new body, to share their most vulnerable moments and experiences, their traumatic experiences, and to empower us to bring those forward to you guys. They did that in the hopes that our voice would be heard in this space so that you guys would, in partnership with staff, take action to change these outcomes. We do the work by prioritizing and figuring out where our strengths are, but also to align the current outcomes to the current policy through things such as the LCAP, through things such as the CSACE. All of those mandated reports are how we know the district will come forward with data, because it's not typically by us asking. So we have to really just navigate what's available to us to create our own roadmap to allow outcomes to continue to happen. We continually ask questions, request information from district as to how our babies are doing. A lot of times we receive presentations in our space at the request of district staff, but we also monitor these very meetings. We monitor, we have representation on the LCAP PAC, so we're monitoring the actions of the district because our priority is our babies. Again, setting our own existence on our own, with our own resources, we have created a mapping project that really assesses where our babies are, the outcomes that are attached to those spaces in which they exist and where they go to school. And with that, we are aiming to be able to provide our own data. It's in our ancestry, it's in our roots to make things happen without support. It's unfortunate because we are volunteers and there is an entire staff of people that should be providing this information and doing the work, but we refuse to stand still. and we hope that you guys will join us on our journey. The scope of work for the district mapping project, again, takes publicly available resources and the beautiful minds of the people that exist on our board, and the support of others like Dr. Robin Fisher, Dr. Ellerby, and others, to really just start to disaggregate this data and figure out specifically for Black students, what does that look like? I referenced before that we ask questions of the district. We recently received some responses around a set of questions that we posed to the district, but I want to specifically highlight number one. Where are the bright spots in the district for African American students based on academic achievement data? That question it came back unanswered. So earlier, Julius referenced that we start our meetings and the first question we ask as the district is, Habari Ghana, what is the news or what is the good news? In this case, there is no news, it's only the old. It's the same continual pattern of outcomes for our babies, the same continual pattern of no responses. We ask, is that acceptable? We ask, is that what you're going to put your name to as a board trustee, as a superintendent, as district cabinet and staff? Habari Ghani.
Thank you so much for that. Do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Okay, colleagues, this is where we get to say a couple words here, and for our new board members who might not have had the opportunity before, this is an opportunity for you guys as well. First up, we have Member Singh.
So first of all, I want to thank you all for presenting. I have very specific questions. So I'll just jump into it. You mentioned the July 21st incident. What did you demand, and were those demands met? And that's a Carson incident, and I'm going to ask the same question about December 21st at West Campus.
Yeah, so to paraphrase, ultimately what we demanded was that the district provide some information in regards to what would be taking place to resolve these issues. We wanted transparency, and ultimately we have yet to receive adequate reports and updates in regards to what took place and what the resolution has been.
So a follow-up to that is, considering that incidents like this are not going to just go away, what is your organization's, I guess, do you have any thoughts on what should happen when incidents like this occur? Do you have any recommendations on disciplinary action, just things that you have thought of, more like seeking from the community when these incidents happen and they happen to be targeting the Black community? Have you all had thoughts about what you think should be the proper disciplinary action taken?
So our focus is to not be reactive. Like if we address incidents on a singular, one-by-one basis, and we remain in this mud, we remain stuck. So we focus on what is the root cause. So we talk about climate and culture. We talk about cultural competency and relevancy, not only in professional learning, which seems to be uplifted in this space far too often, but also in the curriculum and what our kids see, feel, hear, taste. When they're on that campus, they should feel like they're at home. We talk about board members wanting to use that space for community events. The kids are our community, and that's their community. So everything on that campus, they should be able to walk around that campus and feel and see and really experience things that reflect who they are, and they should feel safe. So in these specific instances, one was an adult that suffered the traumatic experience. She since left the district. And, in other spaces, it is our babies. So we have to really address what's happening, not only in the classroom, but every adult or every space that our kids touch when they leave home and return home We need to address the root cause of why they don't feel safe and what are the outcomes that they're experiencing in those spaces.
And then what are the other 7 recommendations specifically? You said that only 6 of the 13 have been met.
Yeah, so I
didn't get the sheet, so.
So this is one of the reasons why we're here today, because we recognize that, well, at least we had a belief, and now it's confirmed that everyone on this dais has not been educated and informed on what those recommendations are. So thank you for your question. We could gladly provide those full recommendations, but once again, that is not our job, right? I would have expected that district personnel would have already provided you all with the recommendation.
I just didn't have the sheet in front of me, and I was actually asking so folks can hear outside.
Okay. All right.
And I will add, I was just going back because, again, I wasn't part of the task force when the recommendations were presented so many years ago. But when I did read the board minutes, they were unanimously approved. So when we talk about, new resolutions, we also have to talk about what's already been committed to by this body and staff, and how are we making progress on them. So the one thing we do know is that in 1 year, or over a year, there have not been any additional recommendations that have been fully implemented.
All right. So do you want to go over the ones that have not yet been implemented?
Yeah.
All right. So one of the climate and culture recommendations that has yet to be fully implemented is to provide professional development addressing inadequate disciplinary practices and mandate 100% faculty and staff attendance. Another climate and culture recommendation was to increase the Black/African American teachers from, at the time, 109 teachers in the district to 150 teachers in the district that would identify as Black or African American. And the academic achievement side of things, one of the recommendations that had yet been implemented was to implement multiple measures to assess student progress, to identify students in need of intervention and prioritizing resources. Another one was to implement research-based intervention and acceleration strategies to close persistent learning gaps. Another recommendation was to provide school to college and school to career experiences, utilizing community stakeholders such as career training, university shadowing, mentoring, internships, etc. Another recommendation, once again in the academic achievement side of things, was to create a district-wide study team tasked to review and monitor K through 12 special education referral practices. And then the last recommendation that had yet been implemented was to adopt and implement curriculum that includes and reflects Black African American experiences.
Thank you.
Okay, so seeing that okay. Now, I was just going to say something, but you're good to go. Member Jean.
So thank you so much for this presentation. I've been wanting to hear from you. You're on the agenda every board meeting for 3 minutes. Is that not a system that works for getting us info reporting for us? Is there another way that we could engage in a back and forth?
So I'm typically at, most board meetings, but, if we have not, as a body, come together to to agree on a message that's going to be communicated, then, you know, I'm not going to disenfranchise my fellow board members. But we also, when we change our board structure, the one thing that happens every month is our committees. So district accountability and parent and family engagement, we meet every month, and we have quarterly general board meetings. So that is typically when we might have output or a specific message. And obviously the reason tonight why we didn't do that is because we're engaged with you guys for 50 minutes. But yeah, other than that, typically if there is just an event or something is when I'll typically just take liberty to say, hey, this is what we're doing, or we have this event coming up. But other than that, if it's a specific messaging and so forth. But I will say that we do have a district liaison, Danny Roleri, and we hope that he's empowered to have sort of like a quick switch to be able to take swift action on things that we need. Previously, we had Vincent Harris and Lisa Allen in our space, so having cabinet level representation in our space really did accelerate the responsiveness and timeliness of things, whereas I don't know that Danny's been empowered to do that. So specific for our needs, I don't think that we have to necessarily have a cabinet level staff if he's given the power and entrusted to act on our behalf as our trusted resource. So in that case, then, you know, I would expect then that messaging is coming from our liaison to staff and then hopefully up to you guys, without us necessarily having to, you know, in this case, wait till 9:30 to have a conversation.
My second question was kind of, because I don't remember having seen this before, but we do get a lot of BCs. So had this been shared with us before? It was before we were on the board. Okay. Just wanted to make sure I hadn't missed something. So thank you very, very much for bringing us your recommendations. I look forward to continuing the work that got started, and that seems to have stalled a little bit. Thanks.
Member Pritchett.
Oops, I didn't hit it all the way. Thank you so much for this presentation and the work that the advisory committee is doing. Being on the board when you guys formed, it's nice seeing some familiar faces and some new faces as well. I appreciate the spotlights that you put into this presentation, and like, for example, like third graders not reading. Those are the things that we should be concentrating on, not all this other noise, right? And so I really appreciate that. I would like to request that those 6 recommendations, that we have a further presentation at a future date to go back over the recommendations, or an update from the superintendent of where exactly we are on those recommendations.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Maybe we can talk about that in executive committee of how we have some type of student update, whether it be quarterly or bi-monthly, around our Black students. Member Phillips.
I was just thinking, thank you for the presentation. A lot of things that we don't do here on this dais, and a lot of times, you know, as a district as a whole, is that we don't admit to failure. You just gave us 2 Fs. You made it very clear what we failed on. And sometimes getting together and just having a conversation and talking about this is not doing anything. So I think where we as a board start is by admitting to this failure, and not just admitting to this failure, but, and I do agree, you know, getting to meetings, and I use the website from time to time to try and locate information here at the district. That's not easy for me to locate. It's not easy for me to find the information that I need, because we have to do a lot of self-educating. But I think our starting point is to admit that we have failed, and admit that we have made mistakes, and admit that these are going to continue if we continue to want to talk about it instead of action. So, and that's, you know, like I said, it's no bad reflection at all to the hard work that you have put into this, but I know it must be exhausting to continually talk to people and not have anything happen. You write a list. These are our recommendations. You see that there are negative aspects rolling all over our kids, and nothing happens. And that's where we have to admit that we have failed. whether it be systemic or just, you know, maybe not being able to get along as a group of people who are here to save our kids. We have to really address it in a manner that is more humble than let's get some documentation and get some things going. So failure's okay. That's where we learn. That's where we can pivot, and that's where we can make change. But, you know, I've said it before, where we have people that come in and have ideas about what we're supposed to do. And usually those are the boots on the ground, and those are the people that understand a whole lot more than we do what needs to be done. So I accept your F.
Thank you. We're going to go to Member Singh.
So it's because the slide came up. So I guess I'm more commenting in general, but just saying like the first three especially are all linked to each other, right? If you're suspended, you're absent. If you're absent, you're not learning. If you're not learning, you're not going to complete the requirements. It's pretty simple. And I will just speak to my mindset and my commitment to you all, which is I take the ideas of suspension and expulsions very seriously. And I say it the other way, which is we need to rethink and start thinking about when we have conversations, which obviously no details can be provided, but when we have conversations about expelling students, that I am in those conversations absolutely advocating that there is a cultural understanding. We have to understand what is causing these issues. Why are kids fighting? Does that fight really mean it's an expulsion? Does this issue really mean it should lead to expulsion? What are the other options we have for our children? Can these children get support services? Can we sit down and have them meet each other? Can they talk to each other? Can the parents meet up? Can there be more done through community to ensure that perhaps there's a resolution that doesn't require the child to get kicked out of our district and sent to another district? That is just the practice. And the other thing about suspensions, and I say this as a former teacher, is there's so much learning to do there when it comes to what we perceive something to be a threat or a dangerous situation. Unfortunately, children of color, especially black children, are perceived to be more threatening. It is a fact that is how these issues go. So folks are more afraid, more concerned when they interact with our children. And those are the type of things that are going to require that cultural competency training. And the truth is, if you can't get that training and that cannot change your mind, then you don't belong around your children. So I just want to acknowledge that exists, and that I would just ask my fellow board members to kind of do that work, that when these things come to us, that we understand that sometimes children from specific backgrounds are seen in a more dangerous light. And we have to start giving that a little bit of weight when we think about how we're going to stop expulsions and suspensions of our students, especially our black students.
Thank you, Member Singh. Okay, seeing that we have no one in queue, we get an opportunity to hear these things, and it's never great to hear or see, right? But I as I was listening to everyone, my thought process was something that my grandfather used to say to me, and he used to say things like, in triumph we get to celebrate, in failure we have an opportunity to ponder, assess, and grow. And I'm hoping this failure, or these Fs, can be the fertilizer for us consciously as a board to use to grow. And the things that we are talking about here on the board currently are systemic and historic. They've been around since I was a student here. And I don't want to be a board that continually perpetuates harm to our students, and black and brown students, specifically though black students who are most at the margins, or farthest at the margins. And so as I look here and ponder, assess, and grow, one of the things that we want to do, and we'll talk to our board about this as well, we used to have a board liaison as well. with your guys' groups, and we want to make sure as we are continuing to have these conversations that we have a board member there in the space with you guys, so we're able to hear. And so we'll talk with our board and seeing who we will be appointing to that, and who will be available to be part of that, and generally with our other committees as well, right? But this one is of high importance, and we don't want to constantly see the fertilizer. We want to see some growth, and so with that being said, I look forward to our board members taking the opportunity to use this failure as a pondering moment for us, so that we can do more, enhance and advance the work we have to do for our Black students.
Can I answer a previous question that Board Member Jean
Yes, you
had?
can.
So Board Member Jean, you asked about us coming monthly, and I was just pondering, as I stood here. I make individual comments. A lot of other community members make individual comments. I would ask that you guys treat those as if they are a member of BAAB. We're just a number of people from the community that are parents and, cross-section of the district. But if an individual parent comes with something that reflects these recommendations, that's where the recommendations came from. They came from real life experiences, people's trauma, people's history in this district, a lot of times generational. So when individuals come, I know that they might have the title or the stamp of BAAB, but that's who we represent. So I would ask that when they come, that they are wholeheartedly listened to and considered as if it's a line right here, we've already made the recommendation. So that's just more validity to what we're asking. So I ask that you guys would ask this swiftly when individuals come up here as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Seeing that there's no more, this is information item. I thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. Thank you all for coming out, and to the people in this space. Hello, AAAB folks that I do know. Britt, Cassandra, hey. So you guys have a great one. Now we're going to go to item 9.7, audit of contracts process update from Rose.
Yes, thank you, President Rhodes. Very quick update, Board, just to let you know where we're at in this process of contracting for the audit of our contracting process. So we are in the process of securing quotes now. We hope to have a firm selected by June of this year, of course. And considering it's not too large of a scope, it should be completed by August or September of this year. And so we'll continue to provide you updates, let you know where we're at. Have we already secured someone to do this audit? And then a firm date by which they can complete the review, because they'll let us know based on the information. So we're gathering some data to share with the prospective vendor of what we would like them to look at as far as reviewing our processes for contracting. Because it is pretty, there are different areas. So that's it. It's just an update, no action or anything, FYI.
Okay, thank you so much. Is there any public comment?
We do have one speaker, Nikki Malevsky.
Hello, Ms. Molesky. How art thou? You're cold?
Yeah.
It is warm
there.
You know?
It's warm back here.
Yeah, back
Really?
there. Yeah.
Whoa, it's like a different climate.
Yeah, we definitely need your climate this way, but go ahead.
I know people, I want to thank the Black African American Committee's report. I really appreciated hearing and having them have a large period of time to speak to all of us. I wanted to come up tonight to thank the board for beginning the process of selecting an auditor and getting this going. I think it's very important that the district look at its contracting practices. We are concerned that about who in the district will be securing those quotes or has already been securing those quotes and selecting an auditor. When these concerns are are about the behavior of the highest level of staff in our district, We want to make sure that those that are possibly involved in the questionable practices are not involved in securing the quotes or selecting who the auditor would be. And we want assurances that the auditor that's chosen will report their findings to the appropriate authority if the findings warrant that. And so we believe that the public should know who is involved in, securing these quotes and the selection of the auditor, because I think it's really significant as to what their impartiality is. So thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Now we're going to go into, if there's no other, okay, we're going to go into board discussion and comment. Once again, this is an informational item only. Okay, Member Jean.
I actually had that very question. When the selection is completed, is that a decision that's approved by the board, or is this something staff's doing?
Something staff does. Unless it were to be like a major item, but it's similar to any kind of contract. We just follow the purchasing rules. Like, for example, a construction contract, it's typically lowest bid unless there's some other issue involved that warrants us selecting a different bid. So.
And are we limited in construction bids, we're kind of limited by law for those? Would this be the same kind of space where we're limited to the lowest cost of all of it, or are there other factors that are considered?
Yeah, typically it would be, unless that firm, we found that, they're not really able to do some of the work that we're asking them to do. But yeah, it should be the lowest, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Member Kayada.
So, Rose, you mentioned we're kind of still working out the scope of what they would look at. Is that accurate, or how are we on that?
Yes, we're pretty much wrapped up with that. We wanted to make sure that we had something, at least definite that, someone could give us a bid on, and we don't want to just say, come and audit our contracting process. Well, what does that mean? What do we want them to look at? There's various aspects of that. We have specific contracts. For example, we have our regular consulting contracts, we have construction contracts, we have our goods and services, we have special ed. So we do want them to take a sampling and look at all of those. And then within those, there might be some differences. For example, change orders within our construction contracts. So we want them to dive into that. So we were kind of trying to figure out, what is it specifically? And so we landed probably in all of those areas. But we're still, we haven't gotten anything back yet. We want to see, okay, is this going to be, how much is that going to cost, and what's the time frame will required from this auditor to complete such work? So, yeah, that's where we're at.
So is the, current expectation that it would be basically a process audit, but in doing so, some contracts would be reviewed, or is this actually going to be looking at contracts to see if they were done properly?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part of your question.
So I guess what is the scope of the audit that we're looking at?
Oh, yes. So within that, they would be looking at, did we adhere to appropriate processes, the appropriate government code, whether it's ed code or public contract code, our own policies, our guidelines and regulations, and all the bid limits that are put out every year they're posted on CDE's website. When, what threshold are we required to bid formally?
Okay. When I first brought this up, it was in concert with asking for us to expand our annual audit, right? So I just want to make sure I'm not asking for repeating work that another firm, that Crow is going to do, right? So just understanding that this audit would have its own specific focus.
Correct.
Okay. And I just want to be, clear to the community. I think, Rose, you probably know by now, but, my request in this it's not like a hit job on anyone. I have no lack of confidence in the well intentions of any staff. My goal is really for the board, because we ultimately are responsible for these contracts, to make sure we're following procedures. If we have to look at procedures, this will be a tool we can use for that. And also, I just want to make sure, just kind of set an expectation that contracting is something where we're basically, outsourcing some services, right? And I do think it does require a higher level of scrutiny, because this isn't just standard stuff that happens in the district. And a lot of times, once the contract's issued, they're off and running. Most of these contracts, by definition, is because we don't or can't do it ourselves. So we don't really control it. So I just want to make sure we don't end up in a situation also where, a lot of core competencies of the district are being pushed out and might not be done the way we would do them internally. So I just wanted to be clear, just because I am cognizant, if I was working, in accounting or contract review and I hear the board is, hammering home on this, it looks like, hey, why are you checking my work, right? And that's not what this is for me. I just want to make sure that we're most efficiently using the use of public funds and that we're operating consistent with our principles, which I know we do internally, so I want to make sure we're doing that externally also.
Sure.
Thanks.
Thank you, Member Kayada. Seeing that we have no one in the queue, thank you, Rose, for the update. We're going to hop into item 9.8, legal services RFQ and salary adjustment update. Hi, Rose.
Yes, I'll be here for a bit. Yes. Okay, so here is another update, and I will have my colleague, Dr. McCarn, joining me in this one as well. So again, this is a request by the board. What we are doing in terms of securing some requests for qualifications from law firms in order to engage services effective for the new calendar or school year. 23-24, there's a typo there, it says board approval, June 22nd, 23023, sorry about that. But we have already pretty much drafted that request for qualifications, and we should be posting pretty soon. And the deadline for that is March 24th, and we'll be reviewing that the 25th through the 26th, and then be bringing it to the board for approval no later than that June 22nd board meeting. And then I will turn it over to Dr. McCarn for the recruitment piece.
And as an update per our last conversation on the legal counsel position, we provided a number of recommendations to you last time, which were supported, and so we're back 2 weeks later to share what we have done. And so a change in the structure, the position will report directly to the superintendent and be part of superintendent's cabinet. Remember last time it was reporting to the deputy superintendent, it was not part of the cabinet. The job description has been updated to include those items noted there, as well as cabinet level some language there. And then lastly, the salary adjusted to reflect the superintendent's salary schedule with the range that you see listed on there, which is our highest range, and significantly increased from what it previously was. When the superintendent cabinet salary schedule gets increased, this position would be part of that and subject to automatic increases as well. Additionally, we shared some places that we posted in the past or were thinking about posting, and at your recommendation and suggestion, and thank you so much, appreciate it, we have updated our list of positions that we would be advertising on and individuals we'd be working with, so wanted to provide that to you just because it'll be a change as well, so we can cast as wide as net. And with the enhancements to the job description, we're hopeful to get more of a pool for consideration.
Thank you, Rose and Dr. McCarn. Do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not.
All right. Do we have any board comment? Please line up in the queue. All right. Member Kayada.
I just want to say thank you. I think this is exactly what we discussed last time, and I'm really excited that we can hopefully get someone hired. If you can let us know when you post this, I'm happy to start sending it around. I'm sure others will as well, to any extent we have a network that might be able to find someone. Thanks.
All right. Member Singh.
The two attorneys are speaking first. Okay. I also want to thank you all for bringing this so quickly. I think I actually met with Cal lawyers last week at an event, and I actually talked to them about what is your best practice for hiring attorneys, and they said that that site allows them to actually send job postings directly to almost every person on their listserv. So it's one of those, hopefully we've just maybe been posting in the wrong places, but I agree this is going to cast a super wide net. Can we just go one slide back though? Yes. So I'm just trying to, on the job description, and maybe Superintendent, you can give me clarity. Are we saying that it says manages and supervises the district legal office, including labor relations? So are we saying this legal counsel position would be the head of our labor relations?
Yeah, at this point, as we've done with the current job, it's sort of the liaison and making sure that there is interaction between the labor relations activities, if you will, and legal services, MOU language, interpretation, interacting with HR, with payroll, in making sure that we're operationalizing agreements properly and such. So at this point, we don't envision the in-house legal counsel to serve as the chief negotiator, for example, if that's what you.
No, so I think what I'm trying to ensure is that we have someone who's actually a staff member who's supervising the process, which is what I'm reading here. I want to make sure that's exactly what I'm reading. Right now, we have a contracted person who handles our labor negotiations, and if I'm reading this correctly, our chief legal counsel would be managing and supervising folks in that team.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, Member Singh. Member Jean.
Just wanted to say thanks.
Okay. Short and sweet. I like it. You're back in there. Member Jean, you want to say hello again?
Oh, no, sorry, I was trying to turn it off.
2 thank yous. She want to say thank you twice. Okay. Thank you. And we're on to the next one. Item 10.0, 10.1. Oh, you're
Me again.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah.
Board Policy 3100.
Okay, we're bringing this back with the strikeouts a little more prominent now that we've received some direction. Let me get to that section. Here is Board Policy 3100 as it stands. And I'm just going to go skip to the strikeouts. So this was what we were, I was instructed to do, to bring back to you the board policy with the strikeouts for the language that was added last. And so to basically revert the board policy prior to March 4th, 2021, because that was the date that board took action to add the language that's been stricken out on this slide. Hope that makes sense. And then the next, and this is a second reading, as is our practice. If you have any questions.
Before we go into questions from the board, do we have any public comment on this item? We don't have the person to tell us that. So, is there public comment on this item? Anybody from the public? No, I'm playing. So there's none. That was obviously a joke, guys. It was just a joke. So we're gonna move on to board discussion, and we're going to throw it to Board Member Kayada.
So I just want to remind my colleagues kind of what we have before us. So this, if you can go back to the previous slide. Yeah, so, sorry. The last sentence of that first paragraph, the board shall establish and maintain a reserve that meets or exceeds the requirements of law. That in the current policy is stricken and replaced with all this other stuff. And so we're basically saying, take this bottom paragraphs and go back to that one. And we do also maintain the paragraph about one-time funds, which is that one-time funding should be used for one-time expenditures and only be used for ongoing expenditures of last resort. And that will have special approval if we're going to do that. So I just want to call that out. There were some questions here last time, 2 weeks ago, about if we're freeing up this extra 3%, what are we going to use it for? Just want to address kind of my thoughts around this, which is the point is that we're not allocating this anywhere. It's not, well, I guess I'll just be frank, there might be a concern that I was wanting to free this money up so that we would have it for labor negotiations, for example. I did not have any specific goal in mind for where these funds should go. They could go to contracts for labor. They could go to, something like wide open walls, right? But the fact that we are, in our current policy, essentially locking it away is what I'm trying to move away from. So the idea would be that we're not setting it for anything. We're allowing ourselves, whether it's in budget negotiations, which I think we're going to be talking about soon, or in labor negotiations, that this is not locked away. I think in years like we have now, when we talk about budget, I will say this again, but I think this is a year when reserves do make sense. We have extra money. The future is not looking as good as it is today. This is a year where we would probably still want to put some aside. I just don't want it to be locked away by policy. And I do think this is really just a common sense policy. I guess we've talked about it so much, but if no one else has anything, I'll move it when appropriate.
Yeah, so we have a few people here. So, Member Jean.
I move the second reading board policy.
Okay, so I think he already moved it.
He did not, that's why I'm moving it.
Okay, second, and
I am moving adoption.
okay, so then we have Board Member Pritchett. We have a second, and we have a motion and a second, and now we have Board Member Pritchett's comment.
Thank you, and thank you for recognizing my comments from last time, Member Kayeda. I do still have some reservations because we have seen where money gets put right back into the budget, and I always have the question is, how did this improve student outcomes? And that's why I asked for specific things, because how is this going to improve student outcomes? So I think this is fiscally irresponsible, and I cannot support this.
Excuse me, President Rhodes, I believe this is listed as a conference second reading, and I.
Yes, so we have
I
to
am
move
not
it.
right, okay.
We have
just
to
wanna
move
make
it
sure.
to, so they're moving it to action. I think that's what that was the first and second was.
Second reading action.
That's what I took it as, the moving into action. Member Villa?
Yeah, I do just want to say that if we are looking at this and these funds are open, and I think we mentioned this last time, what are the guardrails in place if we have these funds now available? We've heard from community members today that where funds could go, so we need to maybe have a discussion if are we just going to sit on this, or are we actually going to move and put it somewhere? If so, let's have that conversation, but without even having a plan in place, I've seen before on this board, we just move things around, and what happens to these funds? Obviously, having this conversation at this time of night is always not my favorite. That's all I have to say. I'd just like to have more information about where these funds are, what's the plan? We've not had a conversation about a plan. We've just had a conversation about reversing, but no plan. And we know what that gets us into.
Thank you, Member Villa. Member, I don't know. Member Jean, are you back? Okay, Member Jean, go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't speak to my motion. I wasn't sure if there was going to be a lot of debate. And as Member Kayada said, he shared a lot of his thoughts on this, and I didn't know how many the rest of us had. In my mind, we are basically saying we want these funds to be part of the budget conversations we're about to have in May. Those are the guardrails. That these would, instead of being in a spot that's implying they are assigned and locked and unavailable for conversation, they now would be in that unassigned reserve, which means they are available for conversation as we discuss the budget development process through the next month before we choose our budget in June. So to me, it's not saying we're going to spend them. They might stay in those places. It's just saying we want it part of the budget conversation in the next 2 months.
Okay, Member Phillips.
Actually, I just agree. So what was just said makes perfect sense. we're just kind of going back to where we were. It does give us the opportunity to meet or exceed the requirements of law, and at that point is when we're going to be making changes, if it comes down to increasing the percentage. So that would be a discussion to be had later. It doesn't mean that we're doing this forever. If things change and we need to make adjustments, that's when we have a board conversation. So that's my understanding. Okay.
Okay. Let's go to Member Singh.
So I just want to also agree with what Tara just said, and I think to make it very clear, if we are in a position where, I've said it before, if we are in a position where we have 2 or 5% of our funding left, we're in a really terrible place, and that would just be a terrible outcome. What I'm trying to say is that 2% is what we need to hold at a minimum. It is what the requirement is from the state. It is the requirement listed even from SCOE, which is obvious because it's within those guidelines. But I see it the same way. This money should be spent in the benefit of our children. And the only way to benefit our children is to make sure that we're using the funds that we have today on the kids that are in our classrooms so that we can actually provide this funding to support them, to get them the resources that they need. But as long as these additional funds are sitting in a place where we can't actually access them, then we're not doing our children a service. We're actually doing them a disservice. And I say that because if we get to a point where we only have this much money left, we've already obviously failed all our children, because we would have no money left. I'm just trying to talk about this is like a gas tank. Like if you hit E, you're already in trouble. Like you shouldn't be at E. The rule is if you're at E, you need to stop and pull over, right? And we're nowhere near that. And this is just how I see it. I just want this money to open up so we can actually collectively add it into our larger budget and make some really cool decisions, hopefully soon, on how to support our children for the upcoming year.
Member Villa.
Hearing different board members speak about this, I don't love this, I will say that. But if we are having these conversations about the budget and we're talking about these extra funds, I want this money to go directly to our students. I want safety. I want real direct impacts into our students that our community has asked for. That's what I'm asking for. If we're going to do that, let's be very clear about what student impact, student services, student programs. Let's talk about art and music, and we've talked about all that STEM. Very direct with where we're spending this, because these conversations, we're the adults in the room, but who does it impact? It's our students. And I always struggle with that when we're having these conversations about all of these things and everybody in the room is saying, well, what about the kids? And we're still not hearing it. So I'm really just not opposed, if I'm hearing from my board properly, of what they want to do with these funds, but I want it to go directly to students.
Thank you for that. Member Kayada.
So to just respond to Member Villa's question, what you're describing is the conversation that I would like to have in the budget process, and these funds will be available. And if it's important to you that the 3% we're freeing up is used in a specific way, then we can talk about it in the budget process. The problem is if we don't make this change, then those funds aren't there in the first place. So, I mean, this allows us to have that conversation that I think you want to have and is a valid conversation. And we haven't all talked about budget yet, so we don't know how each of us defines, spending on students, right? But we will do that, and we'll have the full pot of money available. And like I said earlier, serving students in this particular year might mean, hey, let's actually keep those extra 3% and save them for the next year or the next year. But we'll have that conversation with Rose and with the detail we have. Yes. Not trying to believe her at this point. I think we've talked about this more than enough.
So speaking of belaboring, we are not trying to belabor. Going over to Member Singh.
I agree. Obviously, we want to spend these funds on our children, but that is a budget conversation, and I feel the same way. We're just trying to open our budget up. We're just trying to open that wallet up and not hold ourselves back. But I feel like every decision, anything is going to be in service of our children, is it not? If we're doing expansions to our spaces, if we are hiring more mental health professionals, if we're making space to ensure that we're hiring and supporting our, for example, bus drivers, all this stuff costs money. So this just is opening us up with the opportunity to do that. And of course, I think it's going to be a great discussion. And what is, I mean, Rose, if you want to talk about our overall budget, like what is our overall budget versus what this difference is between 2 and 5%? Like our overall budget, and then if we add this, if we were to cut it down to 2% instead of 5%, how much is it adding into that budget?
You mean freeing up the 3%? How
Yes.
much that would add back? Oh, I don't have that math in front of me. I mean, yeah, thank you. Roughly. Yeah.
So yeah, it just sounds weird to earmark. We can't, this is just opening up the money back into our budget. How we see it is all 7 of us probably have a different idea of how we would envision spending our entire budget. So now instead of looking at it from a $500 million, now we get to think about how we would envision $523 million. That's how I see it. I find it very odd to say, I'm going to earmark this, because then we should start going through and earmarking everything and say, this is how we should spend this exact money. But if in your mind, as an individual board member, you want to figure out how you want to spend $23 million for one specific purpose, then that'll be something you get to bring to the budget conversation when we talk as a group. That's it.
Thank you, Member Singh. And so we have a motion, a second to move this into action. All in favor of moving this into action? I guess we're going to go do a vote. We got to do the vote thing. So, sorry about that, guys. Superintendent.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Phillips?
Aye.
Member Pritchett? No. Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Villa?
No.
Okay. Motion passes. Now we're in action. Do we have a motion to move forward?
So moved.
Do we have a second? Second. Okay. Superintendent, would you do a roll call vote?
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Phillips?
Aye.
Member Pritchett? No. Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Villa?
No.
Okay. Motion passes. We're going to move on to item 10.2. Hello. Are we off? Oh, man. Man. I thought we were on cue. I didn't look at the time. I didn't even look at the time, guys. Right. So that's hilarious. I moved to extend the meeting by 30 minutes. All in favor?
Or does that include
No.
8?
From where we're at now,
So you're extending it by 49 minutes,
50 minutes.
50 minutes, okay.
All in favor?
So we're through 11:20.
It's not going to take that long. I just want to give us enough time.
Absolutely.
All in favor, please say aye. All who are not in favor? Okay. Motion passes with one abstention or one no. Okay. Floor is yours.
Good evening, Board President Rhodes, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the board. My name is Yvonne Wright, Chief Academic Officer, and I'm here tonight to present the third reading of the Independent Study Policy. Independent study from inception was designed to serve as an optional alternative instructional strategy for students whose educational needs may be best met through study outside of the regular classroom setting. It's in keeping with our core value of addressing inequities and leveling the playing field. our guiding principle of providing the greatest number of post-secondary choices from the widest array of options. There are a few acronyms that may be used tonight, and we offer this resource to aid in sense-making. As previously shared, Assembly Bills 130 and 167 were instituted during the COVID-19 pandemic to provide guidance and regulation to independent study during the 21-22 school year. As a result of AB 181, those changes to board policy made under Assembly Bills 130 and 167 now need to be amended. The proposed revisions to Board Policy 6158 in this presentation addresses requirements set forth in AB 181. There are overarching changes throughout the policy. This includes removing language and requirements that were only applicable for the 21-22 school year and thus are now obsolete. Also, in the introductory paragraph, we added language regarding emergency closures and specified the independent study will be offered to students within 10 days of school closures. In the section of general requirements, the proposed revisions address minimum instructional minutes, when students are exempted from subdivisions of Ed Code related to tiered re-engagement and synchronous instruction, modified thresholds for when tiered re-engagement and strategies are activated, timeframes for parent notification when there is a lack of participation, and finally, when a transition plan is required. In the master agreement and learning agreement sections, additional language is included that speaks to the need for the signature of the case manager or licensed member of the IEP team on the written agreement. Since the previous presentation, we have added in language regarding parents being reminded of their consent rights, reminding parents of their right to consent to all, part, or none of the IEP. The Student Parent Educator Conferences section has been revised to include language to clarify when a parent or guardian conferencing occurs before an independent study assignment. And finally, a section on records was revised to reflect that independent study records must be maintained for 3 years or as appropriate for auditing purposes. Our next steps are to update the administrative regulations.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on this topic?
We do not.
Okay. Now we're going to go to board comment around this topic. Member Jean.
I move the recommendation.
Okay.
Second.
Is that your comment, Member Kayada? Okay. Hey, you're on a roll. Is anybody else?
10:53, we're good.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, there's one more person. We almost. Member Phillips.
Mrs. Wright, thank you.
Hey. Okay, so we have a first and a second. Superintendent, you can do a roll call vote.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Phillips?
Aye.
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Villa?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Going to 11.0 communications. I will forego my communication report today. Superintendent.
Same here.
Same here. We're going to go to 11.3 information sharing by board members. Jump in the queue. Member Jean.
Very quickly, we're in WASC season, and I heard American Legion's WASC is this week or this upcoming week, and I was wondering if board members were able to attend on Sunday. And I don't know if we'd gotten information about that or where we would go to be able to participate.
Oh, I need an acronym check.
Sure. I have no idea what a WASC stands for. It's the accreditation process so that the state tells the high school you're allowed to give diplomas, in a nutshell.
Is that usually?
It's an every 6-year process with a
Accreditation.
3-year
Get
check-in.
invited to that usually.
Community members, school community members, and you're a community member. What we'll do, Member Jean, is we will check with our team, whom I'm looking to for this, to take a note, to make sure that we have the details of the WASCA site visit or the kickoff at American Legion, so that we can send some details.
Yeah, to my knowledge, it's Sunday afternoon, which is what I just wanted to drop by and
that's
do the
usually one
dinner
day.
or whatever. So thank you. That's
You're
it.
welcome.
Perfection. Thank you so much. Member Singh.
Sorry, I did it. Are there any other schools doing WASCs? That's the only one I had heard of.
Yeah, what we'll do is we'll just send and ask Ms. Driscoll to just include that as an FYI and send it to the entire board as we gather information about upcoming ones. They happen, as you know, quite often in terms
Thank
of
you
the
very
rotation.
Member Singh.
All right, so I just want to talk about the event on this upcoming Wednesday. So on Wednesday at 6:15, there will be a Know Your Rights conversation. It's proving student safety when engaging with law enforcement. This event is in partnership with the NAACP of the Greater Sacramento, the Wiley W. Emanuel Bar Association, the Black Parallel School Board, the Sacramento County Office of the Public Defender. Speaking-wise, we'll have Mark Slaughter, who's a supervising attorney at the Public Defender's Office, Ariana Alejandre, who's also an attorney, and will be presenting or co-presenting the entire presentation in Spanish as well. Keith Staton, who's a criminal defense attorney, and then our very own Ray Lozada, who will be talking about school safety from his role as director of Safe Schools. So I encourage folks on the board to show up. I also am really asking community to come out. I really want this to be a conversation. I think earlier's presentation that Terrence and the team was presenting was around just getting our babies home safe. This is what that conversation is focused on figuring out what steps our students can take to make sure that they engage in a way that allows them to make it home to their families. So any questions, I'm sure that the comms team will be sending something out once we've finalized the flyer, and there'll be robocalls and whatever else we do to get the information out, and hopefully some emails as well. So thank you. Oh, Tahoe Elementary won again. They're in the playoffs, and they won by like 50 points. So I just want to make sure folks know that they are the best elementary school basketball team right now.
Wonderful. We should make them a beam for sure. Member Villa.
Okay, there are 3 exciting events on Saturday that I want to share. The first one is the SAC Clean Air Celebration Portable Air Monitoring Lab debut at Fern Bacon. It's going to be an all-day event, 8:30 to 11:30, and then there's kids' activities, free food, air filters. It's just, we've got a new lab there, so it's going to be pretty exciting. There's also free RT to go to Fern Bacon if you'd like to attend that. Also on Saturday, there's a community engagement at the library right in my neighborhood, Colonial Heights. It's going to be exciting. There's a lot of local officials that'll be there to talk about things that are going on in the community, and this is in partnership with Friends of the Library. They're a great organization, and so lunch will be provided as well. And then lastly, I saw this today and I thought it was pretty cool, and we had talked about the YMCA, about something that we're doing next month, but Healthy Kids Day this Saturday at the Sacramento Central YMCA from 10 to 12. Programs talking about face painting, water play, obstacle course, all kinds of cool activities, and it's free. So if you have nothing to do when it's warm, head up to the YMCA.
And it's getting warm, guys. It's getting warm. I mean, it's warm in here right now. Member Phillips.
Thank you. I look forward to attending some of these. I believe I'll be at the Colonial Heights Library this weekend, and I also look forward to attending the Know Your Rights. I will also be attending, and I would love to see our Sac City community present Sunday, April 30th from 9:30 a.m. to 11 a.m. at Congregation B'nai Israel 3600 Riverside Boulevard at the chapel. We will be discussing institutional racism in our public schools, specifically childhood trauma, discipline, and the school to prison pipeline. I hope to see you there.
Thank you for that. And then, Danielle, can we try to get some of these things on our calendars as well, just to the whole board, so that we can just have it there? That would be great.
Yeah, if I can just ask, just because I think that we can try to take as many notes, but if you have information that is just as easy as forwarding to Ms. Driscoll, that would be the best approach for now until we figure out a better system. But those are wonderful opportunities for engagement, and we'll just include them as FYIs and send through an Outlook calendar invitation.
Perfection. So,
And to remind, I'm sorry to interrupt, but it is on all of your calendars to look into being there this Sunday.
I'm gonna go. But also, thank you, Daniel, for all the work you're doing ahead of time. But any board members who have cool events that might not be on our radar, if you could send them to Danielle, then we'll get them all on our calendar as FYI. So if we're able to go, then we'll go, because it'll be great to see you guys out there in these events. Okay, Member Pritchett.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank the Wide Open Walls for their event they did at Abraham Lincoln Elementary, which is our farthest school to the east. And it was such a wonderful event. And Principal Butler had mentioned that in her time, which I think she said 25 years or might be more, that this is the best event she's ever seen. It's really hard to get people out in those communities, and that playground was packed with people. So thank you.
Can I just add something on that? It was in, I read it today, but Nikki and I had talked about it, I think a week ago. Mr. Juan, their janitor, the students love him. He helped so much getting the event set up, the school set up, cleaned, was helping clean up trash from food in the grass. He was just amazing. And one of the artists, actually, the kid said, Mr. Juan's the best. There's nobody better than Mr. Juan. They, quickly, without him knowing, did a mural of Mr. Juan on his wall of his facilities. And they pretended that there was trash that he had to clean up. And they're like, Mr. Juan, can you please come down and clean this up? Sure. The kids followed him over there. Mr. Juan, it was an emotional moment. He was very, very excited. I'll send you guys a picture. It was very cool. His face, Mr. Juan.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. With that being said, we are going to move on to, I like close my book, sorry. We moved on to item 12.0, consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve consent?
No.
Okay, what item are you looking at?
12.IE or 12.1E? 12.1E.
Approval minutes of March 13th?
Yep.
Okay, with the exception of approve of 12.IE, with that being pulled, do we have a motion to approve all other consent agenda items?
So moved.
Do we have a second? Okay, Superintendent?
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Phillips? Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh? Member Villa?
Aye.
Okay, going to item 12.1E. What's yours?
So it's on page 2, but that doesn't help. All of you guys go find it real quickly. It just mentions that Member Phillips shared something that I believe Member Shinwa did. So I just wanted to update that for accuracy.
Okay, and let's go back to that one then.
So this was in our special board meeting talking about the communications committee, and Member Phillips shared that a lot of things happened very quickly, and the selection of members for the committee was based on interest, and I believe that came from you, President Rhodes. So I just want it to be updated to Member Rhodes, or President Rhodes shared that, not Member Phillips.
Okay. Simon. All right.
So I don't know if that needs to be updated and brought back to us, or can we move it amended?
Move it.
Is it President Rhodes or Member Rhodes for this?
Obviously, President.
All right, President Rhodes, I move approval with the amendment of striking Member Phillips and replacing with President Rhodes.
Okay. All right, and roll call vote.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Phillips? Member Pritchett? Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh? Member Villa?
Aye.
Okay. Sorry.
I know, nitpicky. Gotta keep others
So
in, right?
So, business, we have our financial information, 2.3, future board meetings, May 4th, May 18th. May 4th is next week, so FYI, it's next week, we have another meeting. And then,
I know, may the 4th be with you.
yes, at 15.0, meeting adjournment, do we have a motion to adjourn? First, a second, all in favor? Aye. You guys have a beautiful rest of your night.
Thank you.
Yes, it's not morning quite yet. Let's check.